Hello friends and fellow Frosties, and welcome to Chapter 3 of Castleton. This is a story like no other, with over 100 TTRPG content creators all playing characters in a world where gods, demigods, and mortals are all participating in what is known as the matching season. Last we left off, we were attending the opening ball of the season, when something unexpected happened. All of the characters we have already met were thrown into chaos, but we're not quite done meeting all of the people at play. So we're going to go back to the middle of the day for some more character introductions necessary to get a full picture of how this ball is about to go down. And don't forget, you, the audience, are a part of this giant storytelling experiment, because by helping or hindering these characters through donations, you can alter the path of these storylines. Back a character with a magic item, a magic weapon, or a boon. Or if you're feeling particularly inclined, you can even donate to sabotage. Every donation to a player will also grant them influence. You can also use your channel points to gift influence to a nation, to a house, or to a character directly. The donation link is on our website, or you can find it at ko-fi.com/winterstalesco. Go to winterstalesco.com/Castleton if you want to get a closer look at these characters and see how many items, weapons, and boons they already have. But the sabotage is kept secret. Do with that information what you will. But really, we also wanted to make a massive difference whilst putting on this gigantic event. So 50% of anything we raise during the running of Castleton will be going to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Also, we now have merch. Thanks to Cloudkill Clothing, you can don yourself in Castleton clothes and support your favorite nation with a Cerule armor, Eldron, or castle shirt, caps, and more. You could even get yourself a Castleton conspiracy notebook. The link is in chat or in the description below. Lastly, please know that Castleton is all pre-filmed, which means that your donations may not help these characters live in the moment, but it could save them in their next game session. But we can only drag out this wait for more story for so long, so let's meet some more players that are at play, shall we? There is a loud action cut as Phimeus, your morning show concludes. Aetherius, could you please introduce us to your character?
Certainly. So I am playing Phimeus Revelborn, host of Good Morning Castleton, which is a morning show that covers all of the highlights, the romance, all of the jaw-dropping moments and fashion moments that happen on matching season. Phimeus is very, very ambitious. His main goal as the god of presentation and master of spectacle is to make sure that matching season is as spectacular as possible. He wants those memorable storylines. He wants that true love that people are so keen on, the things that people love about matching season. And yeah, he has a younger sister, Fallon, who, if you've read Tawn Talks, you may be familiar with. And he is, in this moment, hyper focused right now on making sure that Good Morning Castleton kicks off right for this matching season, that everything, all of the dots are in place, all the lines are where they need to be. He's a satyr, as you might have been able to tell. He is dark honey colored fur. He's very, very well dressed. And again, I think today in particular, there's a little bit of tension that I imagine actually might be released now that we've cut, now that we have a moment to breathe.
Perfect. Beside you, your guest for the Slay or Nay segment of Good Morning Castleton, Mozz, could you please introduce us to your character?
Savita's, like, as soon as the segment was over, just cast like prestidigitation or to just change her outfit immediately to something she feels a little bit more comfortable, and she just adjusts herself and has her hair up, and like away from her face. Just, do I need a refill or do I need to ask for one? Just hello.
No. Can you? Thank you.
You hear the strong panting from 3 rooms away as an individual sprints for the fastest time you've seen an individual do so in the demigod world. Run into the room, immediately grab your cup. Yes, ma'am, sorry, ma'am, and run straight back out of the room.
Savita is the demigod of passion, and you can see it like everything that she looks at. She just analyzes like the people who are coming in, like, okay, your cuff isn't straight, you're not walking in like, you know, as quickly as you should, or just has like that attention to detail that she would have, and the fire behind what she like works on, and like it's just evident in what she you know, portrays even in like just regular conversation or things like that. So she'll immediately like kind of pull like the arm closer and be like, you have a spot there. Were you eating? Did you wash your hands?
No.
Oh my God. Not Kevin. You know what? I apologize, Savita. You certainly deserve better than this. Thank you.
Okay.
And do it right this time, not Kevin.
Yes.
Who
yes, sir.
Not Kevin is the working name. I'll learn his name when he has earned it. But in the interim, yeah, just call him not Kevin.
Okay, not Kevin. Oh, that was a great start to the season, right? How are you doing?
I think so. I will know how I'm doing when I get the numbers back. In the interim, though, I feel good. Are you actually looking for muses, or was that just for show?
Yeah, just I'm looking for a muse. Not hopefully. I don't think I'll find one to wear the monarch dress anytime soon. I feel like that's going to be just sitting in that shop window for I don't know how long, until someone wonderful enough could wear it. But for someone to style this matching season, yes, I am. I am flying solo.
I love that. I know it was a while back, but I was so sad to hear about your split with Fallen. I know that the two of you had worked together, and it's very unfortunate. But from what I've seen publicly, it seems like you guys split on good terms.
Yes. I love her work, and I support her in everything that she does.
Well, I guess we share that, don't we?
We do. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, we do. Well, I should be off. And they just like pull that mask away, and we like immediately get up and like grab their items, and like the interview's over, and they like walk to the other side. And if there was a way to tip or like show kind of consideration for not Kevin, they would just be like, change your sleeves next time, but thank you, and then walk away, like very curtly from Phimeus, like, we're done.
He tries to say anything and just doesn't have the confidence in the moment to correct you on what his name might be or anything really. He also looks quite young for a demigod, probably a descendant of a demigod rather than from one of the gods themselves, which is common, but less significant, might one say. You, in fact, have an appointment with some very significant previous matches that you need to get to as the opening ball commences tonight. But Phimeus, you have a meeting with one Orpheum, the demigod of matchmaking, that you are late for.
Oh, God. Not Kevin. I asked you to keep me on schedule.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. You know what? This is why I am against nepotism hires, but ultimately, I guess that's not on you. We don't have time to explore this. All right. I need you to go and set my office up so that we can meet with Orpheum. Please. I am begging you for competence. Just do it right, okay? Are we good, not Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Why are you still here?
Oh, sorry. Again,
Thank you.
sprints at full force down the hallway to your office. And as he runs, you hear like a, "My name's Sir!" You didn't hear the end of it.
Hmm.
As you eventually make your way down the corridor to your office, which does look incredibly pristine, Not Kevin seems to have done a semi-decent job in this moment. You actually see that Orpheum is already present, and
Hmm.
I don't know, Wes, you tell me, sitting in maybe Phimeus's chair?
So Orpheum is actually looking out the office window, down
Perfect.
into the promenade, where people are beginning to gather for tonight's ball. And Orpheum is you walk in and you just see Orpheum's back. Orpheum has this kind of deep red hair, almost like a burgundy hair, kind of light skin, thin build, but with kind of billowing clothing, semi-translucent, transparent, and you can almost see like Orpheum's kind of back muscles a little bit through his shirt. And they look out the window down at the promenade and they say, "I swear they get younger every year."
It would appear so.
Lord Phimeus, do you know why you don't eat fruit before it's ripe?
I don't, but I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm about to learn why.
It's because it's sour.
Hmm.
Fruit before it's ripe hasn't become sweet enough yet.
Hmm.
And I fear that we may have received fruit that is unripened. But these games will ripen them. We will mix their sourness with sweetness through combat.
Oh, I have missed
through
you, Orpheum.
matches. We will make them sweet, Phimeus. Did something hold you up?
Yes, sorry, I just wrapped something. We had Savita as a guest, and it went just a little bit long. My apologies, especially given that we haven't met in what has it been, almost a decade now? It's good to, and you see Phimeus is kind of like looking Orpheum up and down, trying to see if he can ascertain any details. He has not seen Orpheum in a very long time. He's excited at his participation in this year's matching season because he thinks the two of them are going to work fabulously together. But he's also just inherently curious about why Orpheum has been gone for 7 years. And you see a little bit of that as he kind of like looks you up and down.
Orpheum,
Well, I've certainly missed your wisdom.
Ooh.
It's been
Go for
2
it.
decades. Phimeus.
2? My God.
Is
The
that
way the time flies.
you smell different? Did you change your perfume?
In the past 2 decades, you're asking me if I'm going to say probably. I don't have a frame of reference for how I smelled before. So I'm going to say yes. It's likely that I'm wearing something a little bit different. Do you think it's too strong?
Phimeus Orpheum walks towards you, Phimeus, turning around and walking towards you, gets in very like close and kind of past your face, just into your ear, and says, "It smells rather nice." And then he backs up. What can we do for each other this year, Phimeus? Because things have stagnated, and you know it.
I agree.
What
What
do you
can
need
we
from me?
do for each other? What do I need from you? Rather loaded question. My mind is racing with possibilities, but I'm gonna zoom in on a couple. Namely, I think you may have a point, Orpheum. Seeing this year's lineup, there was one guy that did finger guns in his entrance, which is a crime against humanity. I have to call it what it is.
Very
So
true.
certainly they could definitely use a little bit of your seasoned wisdom. Um,
Of course.
I think we have some standouts, but what I could really use is your eye. I haven't found any distinct storyline, save for one. We did have one contestant make an amazing entrance. Dazzling Desta is the name that we're working with for now. We're hoping to kind of build that out. I think that there's a real story there. But apart from that, we're going to need your help. Your
I'm going to give you some
eye
moments this year, Phimeus. Some opportunities for you to capitalize on them. Some talking points that will last far beyond the games.
Hmm.
Are you ready to pick up?
Oh, literally always. Where do we start?
Follow me.
In the heart of Royal Blue Road, in the estate for House Petrichor, we find a reluctant Revel trying on their outfit for tonight for the ball. Kelly, could you please introduce us to your character?
Yes. I'm Revel Petrichor. I have some horns that come out of my forehead and kind of slope up, and I've been trying to polish them, but there's just too much. I spent a lot of time in the woods. And I'm like, there's a lot of dirt, all right? There's a lot of dirt buildup. I've been untucking and retucking my shirt for the past half hour. I can't decide what looks good. Mom, help!
Amazing. Ivy, please introduce us to your character as you enter into the room to help your son.
Yeah, entering into the room is a very tall, elegant tiefling, red skin, wearing lots of fine gold jewelry, her dress hanging off of her shoulders, her horns coming back and curling tightly around her very curled hair, a lot of golds and reds in her aesthetic as she enters in looking a bit exasperated as she sighs slightly as you're kind of untucking and retucking your shirt multiple times. Darling, breathe. It's not that
It
difficult.
doesn't fit right. When did we get this tailored? It's, it's just awful. Are my sleeves okay? Do I roll them up?
No, leave the sleeves
I've
alone.
heard sometimes it's good if you show some arm, that's an appealing thing to some people. If you roll it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Let's
I should establish
for when you're
that
at the ball.
I'm pink. I'm pink and have blue
Yeah,
hair, and our
sure.
aesthetics are very.
Yeah.
I should have said that to lead with.
That's all good.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's ask your father. We'll see if he agrees with me, and maybe we leave the sleeves untucked, and then at the ball, if a lady is talking to you, you casually roll the sleeves up as if you're not paying attention, very nonchalantly. It worked on me when your father
it's
was
like
trying.
a game. Oh, like a game.
Okay, darling,
got
come
it.
help your son, please.
I got it, Mom.
Entering into the room, Dennis, could you please describe your character for us?
The first thing most people notice about Igneus is his red feathered mask. The second is the smell of wood smoke with the undertones of his wife's perfume, like a roaring hearth warming a fine home. Despite his mask, you see a cheerful expression framed by a short, bushy beard, black ram's horns, and long, dark brown hair that cascades across his shoulders. Other than the mask, he's wearing fine clothing fit well to his bulky form. His footsteps creak the floorboards as he walks to the other side of the room. Son, it's best
Dad,
not to think about it too much.
should I wear a mask like you? You got the mystery thing
No.
going. No, okay.
I don't think a mask would be a good idea for most people.
Maybe it would make me look better.
You already look fine.
You look strong.
Yeah.
Of character.
Oh. I knew that's what you meant. I knew. Thanks, Dad.
How are you feeling?
Scared.
Good. Fear is a good thing.
Okay.
It'll keep you alive. I mean,
Am I gonna die?
no, absolutely not.
Okay. This is just like a ball tonight, right? Like there's nothing crazy tonight. Right?
All you have to do is talk to people.
Unless you really mess up the talking to people and end up in a duel, you'll be fine.
What? That's
You'll
a
be fine.
possibility?
No.
Mom. Mom,
no,
you did not tell me
no.
that before we came here, Mom. Mom.
Revel, you'll be
Mm-mm.
fine. You're going to be fine. As I'm fixing the buttons on your shirt, you're going. Breathe.
Oh boy.
I put one hand on Revel's shoulder and just squeeze gently.
Ah, no, that hurts. No, I know what you mean, though.
Oh.
It's supportive. It's supportive. You're very strong. I'm tall, but it's like a slight frame. You know how it is. No, actually, you don't. You're strong.
You
Right.
hear a small sound from downstairs as one of your attendants announces out to the rest of the house. Lord Igneus, the carriage waits, sir.
Thank you. Are you ready?
Smoothed down your shirt and retucked it. But the issue is, darling, is that you weren't tucking in the back. You were just tucking in the front, so it was sitting strangely.
Oh, I'm not used to tucking. You know, it's that makes. That was a sentence.
That was a sentence. Indeed.
That was a sentence.
Oh golly.
Okay.
Don't
Rita,
turn away
what-
from me, Mom.
What are the three of you wearing? The Countess specifically, but what is the vibe and look of House Petrichor as you make your way down the stairs and into this carriage on the way to the ball?
Sure. Vivian specifically is wearing a very long black dress with accents of gold on it and a black cloak that hangs loosely around her shoulders. Everything else is very tight and form-fitting. Her cloak is very loose. She's wearing gold earrings that dangle down, a gold choker as well as chains, a couple of rings on her finger. Her hair is immaculate, as is
Hell
in
yeah.
ringlets hanging down her back. She has put great care into this outfit.
This would be your first time returning to the matching season since you and Lord Igneus matched 24 years ago. So this is a pretty big deal to return with your son. It's almost a resurgence into the limelight for this family. Lord Igneus,
And
what about
Vivian
yourself?
is not playing. She is not playing.
Is she?
She is very, very serious about
Here to
this.
serve. Love it. Lord Igneus, what are
Here to
you
serve.
wearing to the ball?
Lord Igneus is wearing as complimentary of an outfit as he can to his wife. Typical, like, fine black suit with gold jewelry on his fingers and maybe a red and gold pocket square to match his mask.
Wonderful. And what about Revel? Was this suit picked out by Revel or his parents?
I think it was definitely chosen by his parents, for sure. But I do think, you know, they're kind parents. I do think he had some input as to like the kinds of colors used and things like that. So Revel has longer, like cornflower blue hair, and I think he has like a tailed suit to match. But also kind of in matching with his mom, like there's accents of gold, like really beautiful gold stitching into like the cuffs. And I actually probably even think it would be really cool if he had like the house emblem stitched onto the back of the jacket. Very fine, trim pants. He's uncomfortable, but he looks great.
Wonderful. Well, you get yourselves into this carriage, no matter the nerves fueling your system or the apprehension of your parents with your presentation at said ball, as we move across to the opposite side of Royal Blue Road to a different estate of the Mistmoor house. We move into the kitchen, where we find Rue. Grace, could you please describe to us your character?
Yeah, Rue is a tiny little thing, all of 4'11". Like any good eldest daughter, she was fully dressed and ready to go an hour ago, and is having a cup of tea in the kitchen, scribbling some notes in the little diary she always sort of keeps on herself, chatting with a couple of the servants, probably much more comfortable here out of the eyes of society and the judgment of society. Just really would like to get this whole thing over with.
Not a problem at all. You see one of the handmaidens that came with you on the journey is sort of leaning on her hand across the counter from you. So tell me, do you think you'll find, like, the love of your life? Is that what we're hoping for? Or not?
No. I mean, I wouldn't say no if he sort of tripped and fell in front of me, I guess, but
I
never really wanted to do this. Oh. Well, I don't have anyone in mind, so I just don't want to be an embarrassment. Really, our family just needs to get through this, maintaining our grace and our dignity, and if I can do well, if Elisha can do well, we can maybe forget that whole thing with Uncle Valdoris and just move on and be happy. That would just be great.
Right, yes. Speaking of your brother, I should go check on him. You just see immediately, sort of retreating backwards almost, this handmaiden moves out of the kitchen, leaving you to your tea, and sprints up the stairs to go and find your brother. Dillin, please introduce us to, not brother, sister. I'm so sorry.
No worries at all.
You said sibling, and my brain went, brother. I don't know why.
No worries.
They run up the stairs.
I was just glad it was me. I was like, do we have another...
There's a third sibling. You run up the stairs. This NPC runs up the stairs to go and find your sister and knocks aggressively on the door. Where should we find
if you don't
Elisha?
mind,
Yeah.
halfway up the stairs is where you find Elisha doing fingernail pull-ups on like the banister at the top of the stairs and just like prepping. She is at this moment in like a skin tight bodysuit, which is what she's usually wearing when she's not meant to be in the public eye, so that they can train and things like that. And she's got this ever-present, I mean, right now it would make sense because they are working out, but this like ever-present look of like a glass-like shimmer over all of their skin. thick, dark brown hair pulled back into one single tight braid. And it just does a couple of pull-ups and then hops down, drops to the middle of the stairs, and is like, "You're looking for me?"
God. You scared me? Don't think my heart's gone back to its normal pace.
Okay, well, that's because you need to breathe. You need to, like, do breathing.
Right.
Just in for 3, out for 4. Just do a couple of those, and then you'll get it back.
4 seems like a long time to breathe out, but I'll try. Anyway, are you ready to go? You don't look ready to go.
Is Rue ready?
Rue's been ready for an hour, to be honest.
All right, I guess I'll get ready. Is the car here?
No, the carriage should arrive any moment, though. We're still waiting on your escort. Shen said he'd be here by now. Let me go and check.
They're gonna stumble in the door at the last moment. Don't you worry.
I think they were
When
saying
the
something
carriage is
about
here,
the
we'll be ready.
security. Okay. Well, you've got about 20 minutes to get ready for the ball, so do you need me to send your handmaiden up to assist you or not?
20 minutes? Is that what made your heart race all aflutter like that? 20 minutes? Goodness
Yes.
gracious. I thought we have plenty of time. This is gonna be a breeze.
You're very sweaty. 20 minutes is not that long a time to bathe and get into a nice outfit for the ball. No?
You put the nice outfit on, you go out the door. You get into the carriage. Those are all the steps.
Okay.
It's that easy.
Right. I am not going to relay this to your father. You go and get ready. I'll find Shen, and then we could go from there.
Sure. Tell Rue I went for a swim. It'll really freak her out.
Okay. I'll do that. Again, she backs down the stairs, never turning her back to any of the siblings, and goes to find Shen. Matt, where would we find your character at this point in time, do you think?
So, I imagine that he's been kind of pacing up and down the street a little bit because he's nervous. He wants to put the best foot forward because he wants to help his friends, but also for his family, House Shoal, who are trying to rise up. And so Shen has been looking around for flowers, perhaps picking one and then thinking, "Oh, this might not give the right impression. Oh, can I put it back?" And then struggling with that for a little bit. But then eventually it's he'll realize, "Oh shoot, it's time," and he'll sprint. It's very much like feet before his head as he's sprinting forward over to find Rue and Elisha.
Not a problem. You reach the front door of the estate the same time that the handmaiden does, and she opens the door to your, rushing face. Oh, right, there you are. Okay.
Yes, I've been here for quite a while. I'm sorry, I've been waiting for a few minutes.
Okay. The carriage, it has arrived, so that's wonderful. You see as this glass carriage arrives just behind you, this open-aired carriage to transport you all to the ball. You know what? Why don't I get you tea? You come in, collect Rue and Elisha, and then,
Yes.
I can have the
delightful.
evening to myself. That'd be great. I need a bath. Okay, come on in then.
Of course.
Why do you have dirt on your fingernails?
Oh, whenever you're working hard.
Okay. She just closes the door behind you, and you make your way into the kitchen to find Rue.
Like, there's a part of Shen that's like, that went perfectly.
Wonderful. Rue, you see a disheveled-looking Shen enter into the kitchen to find you.
Rue.
Oh, just on time. Hi. You look.
Yes.
You look good. Here, and I will hand you a handkerchief for the dirt underneath your nails.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. It's just, look, being a young lord to be, you know, you just, it never ends. How was preparations?
Great. You know, I'm feeling reasonably confident, and I think
Good.
Elisha's definitely more excited than I am, though of course I haven't seen them yet today, so who even knows what they will be doing in the next 5 minutes. Everything's going to be fine. I have this under control. It's going to be fine.
Absolutely. I was wondering, because I am being your escort, I'll do my best to look around and choose, perhaps find worthy suitors. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for?
Someone who will leave me alone?
Oh. All right. And Shen is going to take out a little notepad and jot that down to the letter. All right. Is that it?
Not too tall. You know, if I have to stand on tiptoes to do a whole lot, that's just really annoying. But really we'll default to the first thing. Someone who will really just let me be.
All right. Someone
Yeah.
who can respect personal boundaries. I understand.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'll do my best. I swear to you.
I know you will. Shen, I really appreciate you being here with us. You know, I bet Elisha's a little more excited than I am, so they might have some better ideas about what to look for. I'm just here to make sure we all behave ourselves.
I understand. It's such a great honor for me. I mean, for you, to attend this ball and, you know, really put our best foots forward.
An honor. Sure. Yes, let's go with that. It's an honor and definitely not a burden.
Not at all. And Shen will, like, perhaps as he sips a little bit of tea, he thinks about the word burden for a minute. And then he, like, just a micro expression of, like, uh-oh. And then he's back. And he's like, yes. Elisha, are you ready?
You hear Elisha bound down the stairs like about 4 at a time, you know, and lands in the kitchen, is holding a icy blue dress in their hands, has their skin tights on still, and goes, you know, it's not so much an honor, but it is a competition, and throws the dress up in the air, like pulls it up down over her and nothing else has changed. There has been no makeup applied. There has been no change to the hair. The dress has been put on over the elastics, and she says, there we go, ready. Somebody said they were worried about me.
Why would anyone ever say
alcohol.
that? Oh my.
Well, your carriage is outside if the 3 of you are ready to go. I have a reminder that I cannot come with you, so anything that happens to you whilst you're there, I can't fix your dresses, I cannot fetch you tea. You have to stand on your own 2 feet, as your father has requested that I let you do. So, best of luck.
And I take one hand, I put it on pronouns for this character.
She, her.
She, her. I put one on one shoulder, one on her other shoulder, and I say, That's true. And we will be lost without you. But you will be here without us. So, if anybody attacks home,
What?
just hide and lock up Rue's jewelry. It's
Do you think-
really probably what they came for.
What kind of a person's going to break into the Mistmoor estate and attack me? Do you honestly think that would happen? Do you have any enemies that I need to know about?
No.
That's suspicious as all hell. Okay,
Bye.
have fun.
Bye.
Father keeps the good whiskey in a decanter above the fireplace.
Thank you so much.
Orpheum leads Phimeus kind of down the hall, past not Kevin.
Ignore
You
him.
stay.
I'm sorry.
Phimeus, I have an idea, and I need your buy-in.
Mm-hmm.
So this year, we need something new, something fresh, something exorbitant. What are your thoughts if this year we ship no bodies home?
Go on. Say more.
The gods have grown tired. 21 years ago, I helped Kitrina and Valdoris. I helped them push past the simple elegance of the games. And they brought something fresh and new. A rawness, a severity to their gameplay. This is what the gods want. But not just from 2 contestants. They want it from everyone. And they want it from the kingdoms as well. Imagine not just these contestants' tears, but the tears of all the kingdoms beneath. This year, we keep their bodies. They don't go home. What do you think, Phineas?
Phimeus is weighing this. Orpheum has touched on the idea that the gods have grown bored or are not entertained by matching season is his worst fear. This is like his deepest anxiety being vocalized, and in some ways he's kind of facing this thing that he's compartmentalized for a long time. Keeping the bodies would certainly raise the stakes. I think it would leave a layer of tension. I'm in. Orpheum.
Good. Radiant light to you, Phineas. And Orpheum walks off.
Incredible. We move to a different part of the same building where Sephone completes the article that is going to go out tonight before the ball, as you have been given insider knowledge about the theme of tonight and who the Duchess might be keeping her eye on. You wave your hand and your assistant immediately goes to deliver the news. Rachel, could you please describe to us Sephone?
Yes, Sephone is a summer Eladrin, and she has very deep red hair and a very elaborate headdress of butterflies. Her makeup is very simple. She's dressed very simply, but she stands out in a way that kind of like a snake would catch your attention. She has that kind of look in her eye where it's dangerous, but calculating. And she kind of picks up her quill and she looks around her desk at all of these papers that she received from various sources and some that she may have stolen. And she looks at all of this and thinks, well, this season will be quite interesting, won't it?
Your assistant turns back to you. You see this beautiful Eladrin like yourself, but with winter colors. They are the demigod of coincidences. Not something that's very significant, but when she can pull at certain threads, it is perfectly teed up with scandal to herself. And she sort of brushes her hands slightly, and you watch as an air flows down her gown, changing her styling slightly.
I do believe that there should be a lot more drama this season than the previous ones. Especially with so many royals on the cards. I'm intrigued.
It is quite a boon that we have so many royal families here. And I hope that will drive up the intrigue, the jealousy, and the scandal, and kind of make it a little bit more prominent. Perhaps we can stir some things up if things get a little too boring.
Ooh.
But for now, I think that we have quite enough on our plates.
I agree wholeheartedly. You know exactly what you're doing. Should we go to the ball? I just want to see the royals in their element. And maybe I could pull some threads or two, make some meet cutes that we could write about for tomorrow.
That would be adorable, and I definitely love that idea. But particularly, I want you to watch the royal family from Sephone. I feel like there's something there. We'll see.
Of course, milady.
And she flitters out of the room to get ready for the ball. Who do you think that Sephone would be attending the ball with?
Probably no one. Sephone is asexual, so she will flirt and kind of use people to her advantage or for stories or just for fun. But she generally isn't interested in that kind of relationship. So she will probably be going stag. She's not going to wear anything too elaborate. She wants to kind of blend into the background in order to not be noticed and gather as much information from these poor mortals who don't recognize her on sight yet.
Are you going to blend in to the Unmatched then, rather than joining, say, one of the demigod booths to watch over the events?
Yes, she would definitely try to sneak down and mingle with everyone who's actually participating.
Okay, good to know. You prepare yourself for what is surely to be a night of scandal as we follow past you down the hallway to the carriage that awaits for Savita. And inside the carriage, already waiting for their stylist, we find two new characters. Let us start with Aurora. Please introduce us to your character.
Of course. Kitrina is a half-orc with a very cut figure, even though we are now no longer in the mortal realm, but amongst the demigods. She still takes a lot of time and pride in her training. As the demigod of prestige, she always wants to make sure that she's putting her best foot forward. And this day, on the matching season, she is wearing a gown that mixes the colors of her original kingdom of Eldron with Cerule, her husband's colors. with just a little bit of gold threading throughout the gown to show the uniting of the two of them here in the demigod city. She's slowly, kind of nervously tapping the side of her leg, where there is a dagger prominently displayed, not hidden, with a slit up the side of the dress. And she's trying to calm her nerves, for she's received some different news, is eager to find out what's been going on in the mortal realms, since they don't have much access to it. But is also very eager to meet with Savita and kind of get a little bit of a feel on her. And she looks over to Valdoris and, well, are you ready for the matching season?
I think you know I never am, but we don't really get a choice.
Matt, please introduce us to your character.
Valdoris Cain is a tiefling with a soft, warm purple skin. He wears a suit that is prominently kind of like a royal, or a bit like of a desaturated royal blue, with white trim very elegantly weaving itself between the collars, buttons, all the way down to the pants. He also doesn't really show a lot of skin beyond just his face and his tail. And he sort of has like it's not exactly a scarf, not exactly a cape, but kind of flowing ribbon-like cloth that will always kind of just be moving subtly, almost like a wave motion of the ocean, reminiscent of his homeland in Cerule.
Wonderful. You are waiting patiently for your stylist for the evening, and you can see out of the magically enhanced windows of this carriage that don't show who's inside, but give you a full 360 view of the streets of the demigod city. And you can see the buzz of the matching season already taking place. And it is incredibly reminiscent to your time as Unmatched, as two mortals who changed history, who won so significantly in the title of Perfect Match that the gods bestowed upon you both demigodhood. Tell me, seeing this revelry already overflowing into the streets, the demigods excited to see who is here, and the Unmatched awaiting their futures, what's going through the two of your minds right now? Matt?
The immediate thought is, this seems like a lot. More than normal. You don't think they mean to... No, it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Between us, between what we bring to all of this, I'm sure that we can handle it.
What about for yourself, Kitrina?
Kitrina is looking amongst all the different mortals, very much trying to kind of clock. She's received some different papers on who's going to be competing this season, very much aware, kind of like when she was first competing in the games, wants to know all the players in and out, curious as to what drives certain people, and part of it is with a little bit of a nostalgia. She's felt very much like a fish out of water if it were not for Valdoris, and still kind of wants that connection to the mortal realm. She is nervous for many little bits of news that have been making its way to her, but is doing everything she can to kind of slot the important facts into place. So very calculated, and trying to keep those nerves at bay, trying to concentrate on the mortals that are here and not her own well-being. save for making sure Valdoris will himself remain safe no matter what she is planning.
Very interesting. You catch yourself in this moment. In your thoughts, you have unintentionally, whether through being around demigods for so long, you have thought of this as the games. For the mortals, this is the matching season. It isn't about competing, it isn't about playing games, but for the demigods, it is always a game. The mortals are mere chess pieces. And you catch yourself in that moment having thought of them the way that the demigods do. Before you have time to process that, your carriage door swings open and Savita steps in. Oh, I think you're still muted.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
As Savita's foot steps into the carriage, you see this illusion break of what she was wearing, and like it warping of like little stuff like going up her leg as you see like amber like thigh high boots start kind of come up her leg. Savita is also a summer eladrin, but more that late summer sunset, gold, copper tones, early fall. So her hair that was up slicks back as she comes in, like pitch black, and looks at the end as if it was dipped in copper, and little monarch butterflies like at the end of it. And she kind of stretches, instead of eladrin ears that are like pointed, all her accessories for her ears are shaped in that way. So it looks like tall elfin ears. So even from a distance, it feels like that's the shape of her ears. But at her ears right now are budding like magnolias. And she kind of comes in. Oh, that took so much longer than I wanted to. Is there anyone who was like holding the door for Savita or like for the carriage?
Nope. It's the demigod city is full of magic. Some things work purely based on intentions of those around. And this carriage doesn't even have horses. It rides itself to your destination.
So she'll just like kind of adjust herself. She's wearing like a it's like a cropped blouse that with like long sleeves, and it's black with copper ends, and then like very like copper bangles all the way down. She has like a high collar to it, and then a shawl that drapes over that's completely different from just the hallway dress that she has. And she like her makeup changes into full copper around her face, and she looks to her fellow like siblings and just, I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Immediately, as you step in, Valdoris just pikes up, smile on, lets go, stops clutching Kitty's hand. It's great to see you.
Oh, it's great to see you too.
As always.
Is that something that Savita would have noticed for like a while? Like when they're like...
Definitely would have seen maybe the hand, I think.
Yeah. Roll me a perception check to see if you saw it. And then I think it's up to you three of how often you hang out as siblings or even kind of step siblings, as Kitrina and Valdoris were adopted by your parent god.
It's a 14.
Okay. I don't think you would have seen anything but the let go of hand. You can make what you want out of that.
Well, you look...
You can
you
say
look
it.
well dressed, Kitrina. I I see you're representing it well. Is this what you wanted to wear?
Oh,
The
not at all,
colors.
my dear. Well, as you know, as one of the few half orcs here in Demigod City, anything that you think would be most flattering, I always am going to go with your decisions. This was just something that I figured would represent as we were making our way through the mortals that are arriving, just to kind of show who we were and make a statement. But you always seem to
Yes,
know
I think
what to wear best.
no, it's not that what to wear best. I just don't want everyone's memory of you to be what happened 21 years ago, you know? You are a demigod now, so you're different. Something about you screams lilac. Like I don't know if these, and like it kind of like traces the stitching on that, like that combines the nations. Like it's great to see where you come from, but we can at least make you shine a little bit more than what you did 20 years ago. At least for the first one, let them remember that you were the ones who, you know, stepped up. Let me look at you, Valdoris. You have a smile on. You seem happy.
I'm always happy while I'm here.
Deception check.
Could I do an insight?
You may.
The modifier's at least not terrible. Okay, that's fine. 17?
Savita, what did you roll
got a
on
16.
insight? Then Valdoris
Deception
is
insight,
always
my
happy.
face.
Always.
Oh, you seem so cheery. Well, then that's a great thing. Look at you. Okay. We have, what do we have for our schedule today?
You don't have
think we
much
have any-
time until the ball. It's time to get ready and dressed, especially since you have been invited to escort these two to their own booth to oversee the ball. If anything, they are being broadcast as previous match winners, since you know that the last winners 3 years ago have run into some scandal in that the mysterious death of one of them is being painted as being caused by the other. And so the demigod city and the gods above have avoided talking about the previous season's perfect match and are instead trying to showcase what they deem to be a good representation of what this year's Unmatched should be like.
I see you're heading a booth. Look at you. I know, Valdoris, you're going to just make everyone swoon with everything you have to say. I believe they're going to just, everyone's going to eat everyone alive. This is going to be so delicious. I think we need to get you ready fast, quickly. And from what you have on, this is beautiful. Anything you want to add, anything that you think that you would like for yourselves. Think accessories, a pet. Maybe you have little bunnies that come out. I don't know. I did this one set of boots for Scryos that had like arms of tentacles and inky black. So, you know, what is that you're looking for? Maybe
Maybe a bit more if we're going for pets, maybe aquatic in nature.
Oh.
You know, call back to the old homeland. You know, a little touch.
I see.
Little reference. Maybe some fish. Don't have to be alive.
No, of course. Never. Illusions.
Little
That's how we
illusion.
work.
Yes. We don't want to bring actual... It would be interesting if you could suspend them in some water floating around. That could work.
Valdoris, you are reading my mind?
Everything for a show.
Let's see. I understand. Let's go for like a a wet out of the water look for you. Your curls dazzling in like water, and then like the illusion of suspended little droplets with like fish that are shaped in fish swimming around you. So it looks like you're just.
The only thing I'm worried about is I myself don't want to be wet by this.
Oh, no.
If that's
Nor
what
do
it
I.
is.
Nor do
Everybody
I.
else can be as wet
Illusions.
as they want to be, as far as I'm concerned, while they look at me.
Yes.
But
No, imagine it's just a look. These are the beads and droplets that will kind of drape off of you would be made out of, can I think of? Something crystal, something pretty, something that glimmers in the light. And then stuff that's around you are floating that have those fish, just illusion, just a beautiful.
make it real if you need to. Just I don't want to be touched by it.
Then
That's
I
all
don't want to deal with fish. You know what's going to happen. They're going to ask who's my buyer, and I have to find a buyer. It's better if it's just something that's just transparent and somebody could walk through it. Honestly.
Maybe we'll put a pin in it for next time. But I do like the direction of it.
Over in a different location of the demigod city, intriguingly, we find a peculiar character not here as an unmatched, but rather being hired as entertainment for some of the participants, specifically also hired by an Eldron lord, not by the demigod city. Say, could you please introduce us to your character and what
Sure.
she'll be doing right now?
My character is Cain for short because it's easier to remember, but actually it is Kimberly, Ziggy, Melody. Well, there was a Neko there somewhere. Maybe it could be before the Ziggy or after the Ziggy, or maybe it was a Zeg or something. But basically, King Melody, as in the famous bard, but minus the famous. And she is here to perform. She doesn't know much about what she's doing here yet. She's just kind of going with the flow and trying to get to know new people, make some friends, and gather some cute information, perhaps. She is a tiny gnome, 2.5 feet, and she carries herself as someone who try to appear as if she knows what she's doing, but some more trained eyes would see this. There is something off about her.
Interesting. Yes, the council member Quilton has hired you to attend the unmatching season and to craft your brilliant songs to bring back to Eldron. Almost like a reporter, but an entertainer first and foremost. Through song is how you shall portray the stories of individuals you find. As you are walking around this demigod city, you were assigned a house, but you don't remember where that house is. And instead, you stumble onto Royal Blue Road, which is where the Cerulites are housed. And you can tell this because each estate is decorated with the flag of Cerul, first and foremost, but also there's a lot of blue flowers growing in the different garden beds outside of each of these estates. And you overhear through a window an interesting discussion. And so you listen in. As we, the audience, go through the window itself into the kitchenette space of the Kingsbrook estate in particular, as a very panicked housemaid is addressing two particular characters. Eric, could you please introduce us to your character firstly?
Kyron is about 5'7" tiefling with olive skin and jet black hair. He typically wears a very loose shirt that comes down just low enough to be respectable, but not so up, his, like almost like what I've got on right now. His is probably a little lower. He's a little more confident. He does have on the symbol for House Kingsbrook as just like a simple medallion, and lost my train.
That's all right. Where would he be, or what would he be doing in this kitchenette?
Roughly what time of day is it?
This would be mid-afternoon. You were in the process of getting the Duke ready for the ball when he fell ill unexpectedly. And you see the panicked housemaid is looking at the teacup he was served and looking up at the two of you. I don't know if it was sabotage, but I think the tea was sabotaged.
Calm down there, darling. The tea is probably going to be all right, and the Duke will be more than fine. All we've got to do is get him the proper rest and care that he requires. So if we can just calm down, we'll be okay.
Right. Yes. Mir, you stand in the kitchenette as well, seeing this panicked housemaid. Please introduce us to your character.
So Vera is a half-elf. Her dress is navy blue, rather fashionably cut. Her hair is coiled, pulled up proper, but she doesn't necessarily wear any identifying markers on her clothing. However, with her, as she's standing there, she's looking between the housemaid and Chiron and the teacup, and is just, it kind of has this look of course this would happen. Of course this would happen. This would be the first thing that happens the moment we walk in the door. Why would we? Trying to get someone to go and get matched, get in here, and then we're ill. When was this cup of tea made? How long was it sitting out?
It was made around midday. It was delivered to the Duke in his office. He seemed rather stressed. He was looking over a bunch of paperwork with, delivered by Chiron, a lot of information, and he seemed stressed that he broke his spectacles, and then I think he drank the tea. So it's only been a couple of hours, and then I started getting him dressed for the ball, and well, it got very messy very quickly.
I see.
I don't think it's polite for me to describe what happened.
Understandable, and thank you.
Very nice. Well, that was definitely going to be a question I had, but that answered the question already. We will just need to see what we can do with just whatever medicine we've got lying around. And I'm going to go ahead and start looking for meds myself if I have to.
Yeah, not a problem at all. As you start scanning the cabinets, you see so many plates and cutlery adorned with gold, not the metallics of Cerule, very much a touch of the demigod city or of armor. And you notice that every shelf is filled with decadent items rather than anything of practical use. These estates are made through magic, and I don't think the demigods ever consider mortal lives and what they might actually need. You see that this handmaiden looks to you.
I could call for a cleric to come and assist the Duke. I do think it potentially is just one of those things that you need to sleep off or wear off. And he insists that he will attend the ball in due time once everything stops being messy.
That sounds about right for him. He would be remiss to avoid this this ball because he's got way too much riding on it, and he knows exactly what he's got riding tonight. So he will be there. Come hell or high water. I will guarantee it myself if I have to.
Well, perhaps we at least need to offer the rest. I wouldn't mind if he received a cleric.
Oh,
if there's anything that is amiss, if there is anything of disease, of poison within this. I perish the thought. It could just be the nerves. I cannot necessarily relate, but it could be the nerves for him.
It has been many years since he's been in the match, since he's been up here for a match.
It has. Well, in that case, then ensure that he's received enough rest. Perhaps bring him some water. Bring him a cool cloth, something of that sort. If he still seems out of sorts as the time comes, within the next handful of hours, let's ensure that he has a cleric, some sort of restoration before he is attending the ball, because that would be not the best image for Kingsbrook to put forward.
Of course. And as per always, I will not say anything outside of this household. You have my word and my complete devotion to this house. I shall go and attend.
Very good.
No less.
Flitters off out of the room to leave the two of you an unexpected team up to go and attend the ball without the Duke.
This was not the plan.
Oh, of course not. But when we have problems, we have to handle them with grace, as would be expected of members of the Duke's household.
Yes, of course.
And he just stares right at you because he knows you haven't been around the Duke's house very long.
Right. I'm sure that we'll be able to manage. Well, in that case, if he's not going to be able to make the introductions himself, we need to make sure that we not let any sign of weakness appear. We need to ensure that whatever is established, that perhaps even gauging the interest in Kingsbrook, the fact that he is coming to his first matching season after such a tragic event, that we establish a good footing, really bring his image forward. We want to ensure that he gets a good match.
Of course. And to that end, the Duke and I have been discussing his potential counterparts in our twice-a-day chess matches. We just discussed it just this morning before we came on up to the up here to the castle, and so he is well prepared. He just has to be there to enact the preparations that have been made.
Indeed, and even if he's unable to make it, then at least perhaps we play messenger bird. Perhaps we provide some letters, some interest, perhaps establish contact. Send out a few invitations, perhaps for, she looks down at the teacup. Well, not tea. Something else.
That being said,
and as you know,
in your earlier chess game, what counterparts were you searching for and or have advised the Duke of? Is it another member of Cerule or a widower like Kingsbrook outside of Cerule, perhaps? What are the criteria that you've been searching for?
Of course, I had a feeling that question would come up, but the Duke and I were discussing that he is definitely after someone who is still within the capabilities, age-wise, for producing an heir for House Kingsbrook, because he does not have one, which is why he is here. So he does not care. He doesn't have any kind of criterion except for trying to target that type of age bracket is something within of their species, breedable for their species.
Of course. So someone of a longer lineage, like an elven half-elf, who would be able to procure heirs for the king, for the duke as you go. There are a couple of options. Do you think that you want to remain within Cerule with those options, or search elsewhere?
If he goes out of the kingdom, he would be looking at people who were not going to have titles themselves, and would be willing to come to and need to come to Cerule. So he's not looking for firstborns.
Not a problem at all.
But that would be really his only criterion.
Perfect. We duck back out of the window as strategies begin to be made. Cain, this conversation between these individuals is very interesting, especially the fact that Duke Kingsbrook is unable to attend tonight due to things being messy. I would like you to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Or let me just...
First roll of the night, baby.
Oh, yeah.
One type of a roll.
13.
Yeah.
Okay. So Cain has a very interesting past. And it is not that Cain is hard of hearing at all. But information seems to pass through Cain's ears in an interesting way. And information gets muddled sometimes. The context that you receive through overhearing this conversation is a misinterpretation of messy. For your understanding, the household is messy, i.e., there are complicated relationship dynamics within House Kingsbrook. And maybe the Duke already has a lover. Or things are messy for him.
Yeah, that is quite... Yes, the sounds quite about right.
Okay.
And Kim will be very interested about that, but also in tea, because that's how her focus goes. Information is interesting, the tea is interesting. The house looks nice inside.
Would you
Maybe
like to
try to get
attempt to
inside?
go inside the house?
Yeah. I mean, new
Okay.
friends to meet, right?
Not a problem. Do you go through the front door, Cain, or do you attempt to get in the house through the window you're currently listening in?
I mean, I'm right in the window, right?
You are
But
right in the window, yeah.
Yeah, but I have manners. I would knock first.
You would knock on the window. Not a problem at all. Okay.
Yeah.
Chiron and Vera, as you are having your discussion and talking about potential individuals to introduce the Duke to, a couple of different ladies of different households, you hear a knock at the window instead of the door from a small hand that reaches up.
Hello? Is that tea? Do you have tea? Do you like tea? I have a lot of tea. I love tea.
Kyra's gonna walk over to the window and he's gonna hear that. Oh, Dala, we absolutely have tea. He's just gonna help pick her up and set her down and offer
That's awesome.
a drink of tea from the Duke's cup.
Chiron, you cannot just pick up anyone from around here. Anyone could be a demigod. Have you lost it?
Oh,
Oh,
you
no,
must
I'm
not have
sure
been
I'm not
here.
a demigod.
You've never been here before. They can hear you anyway. It does not matter.
Yeah.
Hello.
The big guy is kind of right, you know. They could hear. I wish I could hear like them.
They are
but...
demi-gods.
Right. Hi. So, tea, are you selling tea? Are you wanting tea?
Who are you?
A little bit of both. I have a lot of tea. You know, I am so good at tea bagging. I come from a family of beggars, and we used to do a lot of things related to tea. Yeah. So we had some tea leaves, and when they were good, we would make a tiny little baggings from parchment, and then sell them on the city. But we're not actually a professional sellers. They were just something that too much for us. So yeah, baggers.
You're tea baggers. Professional tea
Yes.
baggers.
Well, were.
Marvelous.
Not anymore.
Oh.
You see,
the real
but I
question
don't sell things.
The
Okay.
real
That's a
question
question.
I have is, how did someone so common get into the castle? What are you here for?
That's a good question. Wouldn't you love to know?
I mean, absolutely. You were outside our window for who knows how long. And by the way, here is a cup of tea, and I offer her the cup from the Duke.
Perfect. You re-pour hot water into the tea leaves that were there, and Cain, you have a cup of tea.
I will actually look at this cup of tea. Could I make some check to know if it's good or not? But honestly, I have something better, so could I offer them something better? Or do I have to roll some kind of
something in exchange?
Roll me a perception check first and foremost for the tea placed in front of you, but you can always offer them something in return.
All right, let me find my perception. Where is my perception? I'm rolling my dice like virtually, trying to be so modern.
That's all right.
This is feeling a little contracty to me.
Oh, here it is. Perception.
Do you want to insight check Cain?
Absolutely. I would love to insight check this.
So it was a 9. See Daisy.
It's a really good tea. It smells nice.
Well, I will take the cup and do a little test, like, is that good?
It tastes almost vanilla-like, sort of a rose-vanilla combination. Vera, what did you roll for insight?
That's a 17 on my insight check.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Cain, I don't know if you are deceiving. You are being who you are. So with a 17, this individual seems lost. Doesn't seem to be wanting you harm. But Cain, is there anything else that you think they would be able to know about you with a 17? What do you think they'd be able to read?
Well, 17 is quite high, so you would be able to notice that Cain doesn't stand still for long. She's constantly tapping her feet on the ground, tapping her hands somewhere, and looking for things that are not important for basically no one. So she's kind of looking and admiring the teapot and the patterns on it, and how the tea leaves are so beautiful on the back of the teapot. It's not a teapot. Yeah, it is a teapot. And trying to see some pattern, trying to see some drawings there.
Okay. Vera, they don't seem like a threat at this point in time, but they are delaying your preparations and arrival to the ball. So it's up to you how you'd like to handle this situation.
So, my dear, your name again? Did you?
Oh, yes. Well, Kimberly, Melody. Well, you could put a Ziggy somewhere, or maybe an Echo here or there. There was supposed to be a Zeg somewhere. Just Kim. Hi. Nice to meet you. I didn't ask your name. I just entered your home. I just realized that's not something nice.
It's okay. What happens at the castle stays at the castle. So, Welcome to House Kingsbrook. I'm Vera. This is Chiron. And we were on our way making preparations to go to the ball. Is that where you are headed? Were you trying to go somewhere and stumbled across here? Is there something we can do to help you, my dear?
Are you
here? Yeah. Can you be my friend?
To be your friend?
Yeah, I mean, I'm already here, you're already here, we're doing nothing, so we could be friends.
Well, for starters, let's get you back where you belong, and then we can discuss anything beyond that down the chain.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. And Cain will just open her bag without any announcement and grab a few homemade tea bags and offer them to you. Like someone who grabs a lot of notes, a lot of money, and just handle it to you.
Vera accepts.
This is way better. Hope you like it, friend.
Oh, thank you.
You were so nice.
Oh, well, are you taking these to the ball as well? Were you making your way there? Like, were you meeting with someone?
I don't seem to remember. I should be somewhere, and this place should be something like a page street or something. Page. Yeah, I don't know. It's supposed to be green.
Oh, you are from you're from Eldron.
The Eldrons.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it a page or a book or a paper?
What exact color would the street be? Would we know?
Street.
Sage.
Okay. Sage. Well, it'll be all right. We will get you right on your way. And then Kyrie just roughly gives directions to where the last time he knew where Sage Street was.
As you shuffle this small creature out of your home, the pink hair, the soft smell of just like berries and fruits and just like decadent things. You don't know if it's coming from the tea bags in her bag or the individual herself, but you sort of shuffle her out of the Kingsbrook estate, giving vague directions to Sage Street, and close the door behind you.
I would actually,
nice to meet you. Bye-bye.
Lovely to meet you. Keen Melody. Goodbye. Would I be able to, DM, to see if I have any recollection of that name from anywhere?
Roll me a history check.
Ooh. I can roll it. Hey, dirty 20.
Ooh, okay. With a dirty 20, I will honor that. You have heard of Keen Melody, but not in the context of an individual. Some people describe songs, folk songs that have been popular, both in Eldron, Cerule, and Armor, as a Keen Melody. And now you realize that it is not necessarily that they were talking about the song. They were talking about the individual that made the song. And you realize that those songs have also been ways for people to learn of great scandals, great misfortunes, wonderful romances. This songwriter has revealed many a beautiful thing in every mortal nation.
Chiron?
Yeah.
We might have a problem.
It's no problem at all. What would be the problem?
So you've heard of Keen Melody, right? You know, the ones that get stuck in your head and you're sitting there humming them. You wake up in the morning, and then you're like, oh, I've got to sing something else in order to get this out of my head. And so then you sing another one, and then it's stuck in your head. Keen Melody.
Yes.
Keen Melody.
That was the... Chiron chases after her.
Yes, Vera follows immediately after. Wait, Keen.
As you open the door and look down the street, you do not spot this individual anywhere. like a fresh breeze that has come and gone very quickly out of your life. You have realized who that individual was and not been able to stop them. On Sage Street, in one of the group housing from the Eldronese, we move in across the beautiful flower beds through a decadent, shining window into a very chaotic lounge room, where 3 individuals are currently having an argument. Michael, could you please describe to us your character?
Yeah, Elland is a fairly tall tiefling. He has like very like bluish gray skin. Has his horns are gray, kind of going back. Long purple hair, like very vibrant purple, and very ice blue piercing eyes. I would say, he would also have a bunch of like books kind of floating next to him, stacked, with his unseen servant just kind of following him around wherever he goes with a pile of books. And he tends to be often reading. But in this situation, he is, involved probably in a situation he doesn't feel very comfortable to be in.
Indeed. Across from you on the lounge settee, Kelly, could you please describe your character for us?
Absolutely. Talmar is very tall for a dwarf. He's just under about 5 feet tall and is built like he's made of bricks. He's covered in all sorts of geometric tattoos on his exposed skin, but he keeps his beard short because he works with his hands a lot, and it's kind of the custom that you're showing you don't have anything hidden in it. Besides that, he's kind of approaching middle age. He's in his 70s, so he's kind of in his late young adulthood. And is probably a little bit spattered with bits of paint where he forgot to clean fingernails, things like that.
Wonderful. Across from the two of you, on the third lounge chair of this very homely estate, very mild-mannered decorations, you see Council Member Kettlestone. This older gentleman, gnomish in nature, probably half gnome, half elf. So similar to yourself, Talmar, a bit taller than the average gnome for his people, who is distraught. Seems as though fussing about and very unhappy with the current situation. I don't understand why we've been grouped together in the same house. Here on Sage Street, we should have our own estates. That is how the Eldronese work. But no, the demigods have sent us all and grouped us into share housing. I am appalled.
Listen, Kettlestone, I guarantee you, we ain't too good for you. You can stay with us and it'll be just fine.
I mean, as long as you refrain from so much yelling and interrupting my reading, I think we can find a way to get along in this dire situation.
It's the worst situation ever.
I mean, it's quite uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong, I'd much rather have my own space, but you know the demigods.
Look, they know what they're doing, and it's not like we're sharing beds.
Yes, that would be ridiculous. Well...
But you wouldn't want to cuddle.
Oh, I'd love to cuddle, but it seems that I wouldn't want to scare the council member off. I do snore a little.
Oh, it's a jest. Right. You are correct, Elland. I shall lower my voice. My temper gets the best of me sometimes, but truly and honestly, are we not appalled by the fact that
our nation is being seen as less than, that we do not have a full street of houses built in the ephemerals like last season? Why
Well,
is
when
it
is it
that us
anything
council
new?
members must share? Yes.
Well, when is it ever any different? They always look at us like that. I mean, just because we're Eldernese, don't mean that we ain't worth it. But think about it this way. It just means when we win this year, it'll be even more impressive.
So confident you are. Do you really think you can win?
Well, I didn't come here to lose.
Not like last time.
No. Not like last time.
Speaking of, how is your injury? What? Am I lying? You had to forfeit and return back to Eldron 6 years ago. I'm not bullshitting my way this time. Are you alright to participate, or should we expect another
I'm all right to participate.
Alright then.
And he'll reach down and pick up the cane that he relies on these days for much of his walking. This is just a fashion piece.
Of course, of course. Ah, speaking of getting their own estate. Councilmember Kettlestone gestures over to the entranceway as a one Morella steps through the door to ascertain the issue after receiving several panicked messages from Councilmember Kettlestone. You have made your way over to the share house of these three, of Inkwell, Brasstack, and Kettlestone. Faye, please introduce us to your character.
So, Morella walks into the room, exuding a confidence and elegance, as is her usual with any time she is seen publicly. She stands quite tall at 5'8". She's human with quite light skin and these like very sort of light twinkly blue eyes, sort of almost diamond-esque. She is dressed in fine white clothing with gold trimming. She has gold jewelry on with rubies inset in various portions of that. And she walks completely calmly into the room and addresses Councilmember Kettlestone and says, what time of day is it, actually? Is it, like, morning?
This is the late afternoon on the first day of the matching season, which means shortly, and I do mean shortly, you are all to be attending the opening ball tonight. You do not necessarily have the time to be handling this, especially with your younger sister attending tonight's ball as an unmatched. You have left her in the capable care of her handmaiden, as you must attend to your political duties.
Council member, please. We all are having quite a stressful day today. I myself have many other things to attend to, but I wanted to make sure that you all had everything squared away.
Oh, yes, just walk into the house like you own it. Straight through the front door, no knocking. Always respectable.
Well, it is my estate.
And always welcome. Talmar's
Yes,
going to stand
indeed.
when she enters.
Equal will kind of like regard her a bit and grab a book and get back to like flipping through a page. He's like, Kettlestone's just having one of his conniptions about the current state of affairs, but we'll make do, even if we do have to cuddle later.
That's
He just kinda
ridiculous.
walks
It's
away.
out of the question. Amazing. Kettlestone seems to relax a little bit with you being here, Morella, and gestures for you to join them for tea. And indeed starts to pour you a tea for yourself, which is a very honorable position to be put in for an elder council member to pour a tea for you rather than, say, one of the attendants. But as you look around the space, you can actually see that there's not many attendants at all. Unlike your estate across the road, there is no real decadence to this particular house. It is the same size and shape as the others on this street, something that is built by magic for the matching season. The Ephemerals are a temporary housing estate divided into 3 different streets for the 3 different mortal nations. But Sage Street seems to be lacking this season, mainly because there are few houses. A lot of the different unmatched politicians or people participating are in different share houses, i.e. the estates have been divided amongst 3 or 4 different families. But Ironspade has their own estate to themselves, for one reason or another. So you see as Kettlestone pours you a tea. How did you do it then? How did you get yourself your own estate?
Well, Ironspade is one of the oldest houses in Eldrin. It's only reasonable for us to be honored in such a way.
Yes, well, maybe the old ways come back to bite us, but most of us are part of the elder families of Eldron. I would expect House Quilton to share, but Inkwell and Brasstack and Kettlestone, we are founding members of Eldron too. Our houses are just as legitimate as Ironspade.
Of course.
Can't you see, Kettlestone, that the demigods are already playing favorites and scheming and plotting and trying to pull our strings whatever way they wish? This is just one of the many things that they're trying to do to us, to divide us. Don't you think
Yeah, it's
that
likely
it's,
a test.
it's, convenient to brush us under the rug, so to speak.
Yes. Well, in that case, they will not test us completely. We shall stand a united front once we leave this house. For now, I can be mad at anyone I so wish, but of course, as in public, I shall show great face and alliances with the 3 of you. For now, anyway.
Your anger is duly noted, Kettlestone. And
I'm glad it's being directed at other people outside the house.
Yes.
And we should use the pride that we all have for our houses to show that the demigods have no control over us.
Yes.
We can do as we wish.
I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly. Well, in that case, it is important that we discuss how to conduct ourselves at the opening ball tonight. Thank you for joining us, Marilla. As much as I am confronted by the fact that you have your own estate, I do understand and respect the choice of the demigods, as you have made such a name for yourself in the political space. Besides,
Please, you're too kind.
Your sister's first matching season should be one of celebration. Elend and Talma here, they are also going to be unmatched. Perhaps your sister might find an alliance with either of them.
Ellen just kind of turns and starts reading.
No.
And
Or
Now,
perhaps
Kettlestone,
not. Yes.
I take mine with 1 lump.
Yes. Starts pouring you a tea. Hands it over.
Thank you. Thank you
I've
kindly.
received a letter from the demigod of negotiations. Talma, you would recognize the name from 6 years ago. Elend, this is your first time meeting this individual. As charming as he is, do not turn your back on the snake. We have been invited to a personal booth tonight, although the two of you are unmatched, so I would recommend that you come and go as you please. Lady Morella, if you have no other plans, you may attend with me, of course.
That's quite kind of you, Kettlestone. I will need to be checking in on my sister. I am supposed to be escorting her tonight and have temporarily relegated that position to her handmaiden, but I would prefer to keep an eye on her, as it were. This is her first time out in court, and I want to make sure it goes over well.
Yes, yes. Well, Pitch Posh, you could keep an eye on her from the platform. Now,
possibly.
I have sent word to one of my favorite friends here in the Demigod City. Yes, he may, they may be a little odd, and a bit of a strange alliance to make, given the inventions that most certainly have killed quite a few people during these matching seasons, but always good to have alliances in this event. So, I shall call upon them right now, unless anyone has urgent business to attend to. I believe it should be duly noted that a good introduction with this demigod will see you far. Understood?
If we must play their game, yes.
Morella takes a sip of her tea.
He brings out a book, starts waving his hand over some of the runic symbols that you see. It is very rare for mortals to have access to magic naturally. So a lot of the individuals from Eldron are either studied magicians, or they have been able to find magic items or make strange dealings in the background, but that is definitely less seen by the people of Eldron. And although he is mimicking the usage of a spellbook, it's very apparent that it is not coming from the spellbook. It's this act that Kettlestone sort of puts on. Once he is done...
As a wizard, like Ella just kind of like looks at him and then looks at Miriella and just kind of like, is he for real?
Abracadabra,
most impressive.
Seekum summon.
Morella would lean over again, like still like sort of like tea in hand, and just be like, let him do what he must. Take another sip of her tea.
Ella just kind of...
Yes, thank you.
Most impressive.
A small solar circle opens up as Arrowand, you have been called. Not a summoning spell, simply just an invitation sent via mind message to you from Kettlestone. You receive as a message into your mind from wherever you are at this point in time that says, Demigod of inventions, I would like to invite you formally to a cup of tea at the Kettlestone Brass Tack and Inkwell Estate. KP, could you please introduce us to your character, what you look like, and what you're currently doing before you solar circle into the estate via invitation?
You see, if you were to... Oh,
go for
can you hear me? Oh, yeah. You see, before the extravagance of the ball that is to come, quite contrast to that. First thing you notice is there are multiple appendages that are coming off of the back of his torso or off his back, 4 of which seem quite natural, 2 of which clearly are automatons or attachments that he has made that are sticking to the back of him with harnesses and everything. And you see him like grabbing things, and like you hear noises of like just whirring sounds and gears and ratcheting of things happening, halfway through him muttering and then banging on the desk as clearly something didn't go the way he expected it to go. And then just continuing on, but as you approach closer, there are two antennae that are on the top of his head. His skin is quite, at this point, very like cobalt blue with hints of and shades of different blues and purples. And as you turn, if you were to turn around and face him, the oddest yet most beautiful, jeweled, multifaceted eyes would greet you if he were to look up. He has little mandibles, just like a praying mantis, muttering and clicking away in frustration. And he's wearing a very extravagant attire, which doesn't fit the rest of this. You would think someone living in this place is wearing something quite humble or maybe tattered, but no. The attire he has on, it's very extravagant in the sense that you see miniature gears going around and whirring around it. As he moves, it kind of forms around him, especially as an inventor or a tinkerer or anybody that works with their hands should know that you don't want loose fabric. You don't want anything that would get in the way, that could be harmful. And though it should be loose, you could see that the sleeve is normally supposed to be like this long. As he moves around, it automatically on its own shifts as it should to avoid any sort of problems that would happen for someone like as he's tinkering and working. And yeah, he's just tinkering away. Focused on his work.
Comes into your mind, the invitation from a friend of yours from the past, Council Member Kettlestone, who is quite getting on in his years for a gnome, so has been around for a significant portion of time, and is in attendance for most of the matching seasons as a political negotiator for Eldron, has immediately invited you for tea through message. You solar circle directly into the house. Before you, see these individuals. Go for it.
Oh, great. More test subjects. I mean, hello! Welcome! Hi. What are you here for again?
We've invited you to tea, Arawand. Please, let me introduce Elend of House Inkwell, Lady Morella of House Ironspade, and Talma Brastak, whom you know from the matching season 6 years ago when he, fumbled and injured himself in a battle, or was taken out by a very competent fighter.
Right.
You remember.
I was I told you, if you wanted, I could have given you something to kind of, make up for that. Yeah, probably could have used an extra leg in there too, or maybe an extra arm, but clearly you didn't go with it. So let's see you do better this time.
Yes.
He shall.
He pats your knee super patronizingly as he pours another bit of tea into your cup, sort of
Thank you.
patronizing as well as still honoring the fact that you are an equal to Councilmember Kettlestone. Now,
Good to
Arawand,
see you again.
All right.
I know you cannot tell us all your secrets, but is there perhaps anything we should prepare ourselves for in regards to this matching season? As an old friend, could you inform us a little bit about what we might be witnessing in the Unmatched this season?
You see his mandibles click a little more, and if anybody were to be able to tell his facial expressions, that is how he can express his emotions a little bit. And clearly at this point, he's a little frustrated because he's you're trying to needle information here. You're trying to get a little extra advantage, trying to cheat. And so he goes, do I get more of those cakes?
Of course.
You know the ones. You don't know the ones.
I know the one.
The one with the lemons and the bugs.
Immediately takes flips one page of the book over. So why a summoning spell would be next to a dessert creation spell, just honestly, the lying is not great from this individual. Flips one page over, it begins to do the same sort of humana, like fake spell language. And then immediately at the end of it just does like a gesture with his hands, which was the magic in the first place, as this beautiful cake sort of arrives onto the coffee table. Now, I won't describe the bug situation because it is a veil for our players at this particular table, but it is packed...
I'm so sorry. Yes.
No, it's all good. It is packed full of yummy goodness for yourself, Arwand, and no one else here would want a slice of that. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. As he kind of starts nibbling away at it, he just says one word: puzzles. Yeah, you guys like puzzles?
Puzzles.
I've always
That's the puzzle.
Ellen's kind of
talking like riddles or like a jigsaw puzzle? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yes. I mean, why not both? Right?
One.
If you can have one more than one of good thing, you should have more than one of good thing. You know what I mean? I would also drop in some traps too, but that would be sharing too much.
Of course. Have another slice of cake. You get the impression that this is a dance these two have played where if you keep Arrowand's attention for long enough, maybe he'll keep spilling secrets about the magic season. He gestures over to you, Ellen. Sorry, council member Inkwell. Representative, I should say. Your father is still the council member of your particular house. Please, you were saying?
If, one were to deploy kind of traps, which would be kind of nefarious for such a game, but what kind of traps would we, would you want to employ?
Which ones didn't I do? I guess that's the better list.
Which one's your
But I
favorite?
can just say, listen. Oh, and he's excited now. He goes, all right, okay. You gotta be good at constellations. You know what I mean? Like, if you know your constellations, that's gonna help a lot. It kind of just, I love stars. I love galaxies, love all of that. Those are fantastic. Then, you look to the sky. Look to the sky.
Most intriguing.
You know what I mean?
I do
We never
love
really
constellations.
Yes.
I do love stargazing. I often walk at night so I can see the stars. I do have a few favorite constellations of my own. Do you have a particular favorite, or are you just kind of a general admirer of stars?
Well, what is God? I mean, you can never go wrong with, I guess you could say, it would behoove of you to learn the Thrycrean constellation system. It is possibly the most gorgeous and beautiful system out there that these multifaceted eyes has ever laid upon. It's just magical. Well, I don't really believe in magic. Magic is a bunch of kahooey. You just gotta use your hands and make things, and all the magic in the world goes away. It's all fantastic. You can battle all sorts of magic with a little bit of mind mentality.
You're a demigod, Arrowand. How can you not believe in magic?
And I hate it! I hate all this shenanigans and you just go poof and then where's the hard work? Where's the process? What the hell?
This is exactly what I've been trying to tell them.
Look at that.
A little bit of elbow grease goes a long way.
Yes, this guy gets it. What was your name again?
Talmar. And unfortunately, I ain't got as many elbows as you, but I get it.
All right, Talmar gets it. Talmar understands. You should. You see, this time, if things happen and you really want to kind of upgrade yourself a little bit, I got you.
Yes, maybe then
Keep
you
that
can
in
have
mind.
the literal elbow grease dripping out of you. Can you please mind the carpet, Tarawand?
What? Ah, damn it! You see him grab a wrench and then start like trying to fix, but like he's trying to reach and it's doing this number where he's like turning around, trying to like a dog trying to catch his tail.
Well, with that information
where'd you go? Where'd you-
secure, we should make our way over to the opening ball.
Wait,
or
what?
prepare yourselves if you haven't gotten dressed. You can finish the cake, Arawand. Do not mind that. I have a carriage awaiting for
Yay.
all of us. Arawand, you're more than welcome to join us. I understand that making an appearance
No.
with mortal... Yes, well, making an appearance with mortals might not be the best of things, but I do appreciate your genuine friendship.
It was an honor to meet you, Arawind, and I hope to discuss the stars with you sometime.
A little further down the street, we find the estate of the Silver Soul family, currently being also occupied by two other members of Eldron, since this year, and for this matching season, the Demigod City decided to make the Eldronese house share in the ephemerals, and it is not something that everyone in Eldron is excited about. At this current point, we move through the doorway into the kitchenette, where we find Lord Leopold Silversoul. Matt, could you please introduce us to your character? What do they look like?
Yeah, you see a medium height, sort of half-elf individual with a almost like shadowy light gray skin. Their hair is pretty much buzzed on the sides and slick back, kind of holding in curls. They have like deep underdark to their eyes. Their eyes are of a deep purple. And they're wearing a military garb, a sort of high-ranking military garb with not necessarily with the colors of the military of Eldron, but with his house colors, as this is what he wears typically to go out to show status. It is a fleece sort of almost like steel woven trim coat, ready for battle at any time. And he has just an apathetic look on his face, as he is just unhappy with this house sharing situation.
Yes, especially since the individual across from you, currently helping themselves to tea and biscuits and crumpets, is someone that you'd rather not share a house with, I would assume. Josh, could you please introduce us to your character?
Hello. Helping themselves to whatever they can in the kitchen at the moment is a 3-foot-tall halfling named Igneus. From House Quilton. He is wearing a outlandish golden cape, which is embellished with all sorts of floral designs. He always has a cane not too far from him, and he has sort of a sickly, greased back blonde hair and quite the punchable face, if I do say so myself. Yes.
We love that. You see across from you another halfling with beautiful ebony skin, a representative from House Woodlock. Looks the two of you over. This femme-presenting individual is reluctantly sipping tea as she scans you both up and down, waiting for whatever discourse might be happening between you both, and just sighs.
Well, it seems as though us representatives need to share a home for the 3 months whilst we're here for political reasons and or matching. But I am very confused by you being here, Representative Silversoul. Is your mother attending? I mean, not that I'm uncomfortable sharing a home with one of the senators. That would be an honor, but your mother scares me.
No, I believe I asked my mother to make herself scarce for the first part of this, as I reintroduced myself into society. I did not know that I would be having roommates. This is quite interesting. Any eyes over Igneus? Especially not those who are mostly known for poor penmanship and gossip.
Well, Lord Silversoul, I must say it is quite intriguing and a shock to me when I found out that I would be bunking in the same abode as yourself, but I must say I am quite excited to see you return to the matching season after quite a dramatic exit the previous time you were here.
Are you hoping to once again gain social graces at my downfall? Is this how you pay your bills? Are you going to look on how I tie my shoes in the morning and, I don't know, write about that? Twist that into something more dramatic than it must be? Is human suffering your art form?
I would never go so far as to say human suffering is my art form, but to the question of how you tie your shoes in the morning, whether or not that is the subject of my writing depends on how, in fact, you do tie your shoes in the morning. Is it something quite abnormal?
Just stares blankly at you.
Well, then you have nothing to worry about.
Yes, quite. Well, I for one am quite excited for the matching season. I have my ball dress already sorted for the evening, although there doesn't seem to be a lot of attendance, so I will get ready myself. That is no problem. Last time, my mother did explain to me that they have automaton creatures that are created to serve the different houses, but it seems as though Eldron have not been given as much this season. I guess they...
If you would like, I could possibly call for some of my household servants to come. I thought we'd be put up a little bit better, but unfortunately it seems like the eyes on us do not favor our winning.
No, I believe all eyes are probably still on Cerule.
Well, hopefully, I do not run through another one of Cerule's favorites, ruining our reputation once again. I will fight nicely this time.
Well, it's not like they haven't gotten scandal themselves. I've recently come into some information about the fact that the previous winners 3 years ago, the male killed his wife, so...
Oh my goodness, whereabouts did you come across this piece of spicy information?
Watch how you share this information with this one.
Oh, of course, I would never say anything illegitimate or false. It was written in the Ton Talk. I did procure myself some old copies once arriving to the city today. It's always best to look over the last 3 years whilst we've been away and see what has been happening in the demigod city. They like to keep it from us, and sometimes it's good to remember that we, the mortals, do have equal standing with the demigods, even if they try to make us feel like we don't.
Could not agree more.
It feels like we're the only ones who are attempting to sow something, and I know it is a little bit ironic coming from a person of my station, but democracy. Everybody being heard.
Yes.
Sharing with wisdom and information, and the gods are doing one thing, but they still have the giant egos in the way to possibly make better change in these strange seasons that we have from matching.
Yes, I wouldn't question them, but you are correct.
Oh, trust me, they don't hear you. I promise they don't hear you. I've seen people beg for their lives. I don't think the gods heard them in those moments.
Yes. Unless the gods do want them to die.
It's possible. Sandwiches. There are spreads of sandwiches. I just realized how dark this just got.
No, I
you're
love
probably
it.
famished from
The sandwiches. I love the sandwiches, not the darkness. Anyway,
No,
I should
of course,
go and get ready for the ball, but Lord Silversoul, I'm a little apprehensive to leave you both alone in the kitchen. Are you all right? Are you going to kill him?
No, it will be fine. I am just nervous for all of this. I used to be, you know, I used to have a silver tongue, and now it feels like I don't know. I don't know.
I
This
think
is
your
all
tongue
a
is
little unnerving.
perfect. That's not what I meant. I'm going to go and get ready.
Yes, please do.
She just slowly backs out of the room.
As she slinks away, he just kind of relaxes a bit and just remembers the taste of the power of flirtation and just being like, oh, I'm being perceived again. And he just kind of relaxes into it.
Okay. Igneus, you see this change, subtle change to Leopold in that moment. You both need to get ready for the ball, but is there anything that you would note down for the potential letters that you will send back to Eldron, informing not only Senator Silversoul about the proceedings, as she has asked you to keep an eye on her son, but also to the gossip column that is going to be published in your nation whilst you're away? Anything that you would like to note down?
I think Igneus would write down potentially something of the nature that Lord Silversoul is indeed back in matching season and has not lost the charm that he displayed to the world the previous time, but he seems to be a little bit more sure of himself this time around. And Igneus, I don't think, has any ill intentions when it comes to Lord Silversoul. Again, he is first and foremost looking after his own reputation and his high standing with the Silver Souls. So he actually is quite happy to see Leopold succeed this year.
Wonderful. Then I will ask Lord Silversoul, as you prepare for the ball, what are your intentions? What are your goals? What is the singular thought going through your mind at this moment?
He puts his shoes on, first and foremost. After, and he ties his shoes very meticulously and gets up and looks at himself in the mirror and sees a flash of what he looked like when he was younger, 6 years ago. He is now scarred up, scars across the face, still quite handsome, but a little bruised up, and just kind of puts on a little bit of makeup to cover some of it just for the first event, and thinks about his nation, the one nation that has a little bit more choice in the matter, even though he understands the weight put on his shoulders, a weight that he doesn't necessarily want himself. He sighs and smiles and smirks and gets ready to play the game. A game that he wants to win, but not by their rules. He wants to change the face of the game. He doesn't like this idea of a matching season. He doesn't like how much power the relationship sort of idea of matching and lordships and families and passing on a family name. He is to live a while. He's a half-elf. So he wants something a little different. He's not exactly sure. He wasn't ready to be put into this matching season. So he's being thrust into it. But he remembers the power he had. And shadow, like a white shadow, almost like a reverse color shadow, just starts emanating from all around him as his eyes glow.
Interesting. In another part of the world, in the dockyard of Eldron, we find an interesting group of people preparing to embark on a new journey, a new chapter, and a new adventure. Paige, could you please introduce us to your character who seems to be leading this group of people?
Yeah, I think right now as she's walking around, getting everything set up to park the ship and get moving to the event, you see Naira. She is a water genasi. Let's see, how tall did I make her? I don't think she's very big. 5 foot tall, very small, but in charge. Long red hair, and typical captain clothes with a captain's jacket with a long tailcoat, a corset over a shirt with a long flowy skirt and a rapier at her side. So yeah, she just seems to be kind of making sure everyone's prepared and everything's tied down on the ship and ready to go so that we can head off.
Perfect. You call out to one of your crew members. Justin, could you please introduce us to your character?
Absolutely. So probably finishing up getting ready himself. You'll see a blue-skinned tiefling, black eyes with multiple not tattoos, but piercings in his ears. He'll look at his black very wide brim hat, be like, I will be back to you shortly, my love. And then imagine the camera kind of pans out a little bit more. You'll see he's wearing a black coat with a red vest underneath it and a white shirt underneath that as he exits on out of his room and heads over onto the deck.
Not a problem. You see your captain making final preparations.
Luciano, everything ready to go? You ready to head into the city?
Absolutely, Captain. Is there anything you have in mind for me, or anything you need me to do while I'm out and about?
I think we just need to make sure everything here is secure, and then we can grab everyone who's ready to go and start making our way into town, I think, is the plan.
Alrighty, fantastic.
And then
Speaking
I think
of,
we'll just look around, yeah.
Perfect. Speaking of getting ready and or being prepared to leave, Wes, you have spent a little bit of time trying to get your friend ready to go, but they have convinced you to go ahead without them until they are ready. Something about collecting an item or finding something, but has convinced you that Captain will need assistance and they will join you later. As you make your way onto the deck, you spot Caroline. Kurt, could you please introduce us to your character first and foremost? Who do we see walking up the stairs of the ship?
You see a rather large individual who looks very uncomfortable in the garb that he's wearing, as this is a little more pomp and circumstance than he's used to. His vest is a little too tight. His sleeves are a little too tight as they struggled to find something of a Goliath size. But, well, they're just making their best as well as they can. He has been forced to remove his time-honored tradition mask, but he keeps it at his side as he, walks over that very stiffed back looking, and it's just I don't like this, Caroline, at all.
You see Caroline is wearing her completely normal clothing, her completely normal, completely comfortable clothing, looks up at you as she's painting these little tarot cards and she's finishing up the moon one. You see a little tiefling, early 20s. She has short white hair, pale skin, little horns that poke up. She wears a little cape poncho thing with a woolen black shirt and a skirt with moon and star patterns inlaid in it, and just says, well, sucks for you, I guess. Because I can just do this. And she puts on her mask and casts Disguise Self, and boom, looks like a pompous, blonde, long-haired damsel, and just says, I'm so prepared to seek love and whatever. You look nice.
I'm going to steal your cards.
No, don't steal my... She, pulls the cards closer.
He turns and awkwardly waddles towards the direction of the captain.
It'd be so easy to kill in his sleep while he's wearing that.
You hear little wisps, Caroline, little sounds in your mind. Unsure whether it is out loud or if it's the wind calling to you in this moment, but there's a sense of encouragement. sort of wafting by you. You're on the right track.
She looks down at like the star patterns on her skirt, looked up at the sky. Is it daytime?
It is daytime, yeah.
Okay, I'm assuming the stars mean that's good, Choo Choo. On the right track. Yes.
Not a problem. You all disembark off the ship and make your way into town. Unfortunately, your ship is made to be on the ocean itself, and it isn't a sky ship that can take you to the demigod city. And therefore, for some of you, you will be taking your first ever solar circle to the demigod city. And a solar circle is sort of a teleportation circle using sun magic and solar. It is a little bizarre and has a strange feeling to it, like drinking a warm tea. But can I get an indication of the four of you who believes that they have traveled through Solar Circle before? This would be like long distances or for some sort of political mean or to a different mortal nation.
I feel like Anira would have, growing up, probably used them a lot.
Okay. So, Anira, you know what this is like. Roll me an insight check. Let's see if you pick up on how your crew might feel about this. Caroline, you haven't used one, being that you grew up poor and unable to sort of do that.
Die, so that's an 18.
Okay. With an 18, you can definitely get the feeling that Caroline has no idea what this is about. Probably doesn't even know that this is teleporting you to a different location. Luciano, have you used a solar circle before, do you think?
Yes, I've seen these. I've attended the matching season, just watching as like others have gone through it growing up. So I'm familiar with it, and this is just a normal thing for me. It's been a while since leaving the house, but otherwise, this is normal.
Yeah, you probably attended one season when you were a child. Usually it is only for those that are unmatched to attend, or those from noble rankings, but sometimes they bring their families if there is no other option. So it would have been a possibility that you would have attended once, maybe twice in your lifetime. So you can remember that experience of solar circle transportation. Wes, do you think you have gone through a solar circle before? No.
Not a chance. I'll climb the stairs before I go.
Okay. Not a problem at all.
Sounds exhausting.
Cardio,
so,
good for you.
Anira, you definitely pick up that Wes and Caroline, this will be their first time going through. If you would like to give them any advice on what this might be like.
Hey, Cap, those ships are flying. Why does Nars do that?
We are not in that purview. The ocean is our area of expertise. Let's not get it complicated. We're going to be using some teleportation to get to the city. I know the two of you are not familiar with that. And you also are going to have to pretend to be our help for me and Luciano during the matching season this season. Just try to remember what we discussed on the way here.
We discussed things on the way here.
Yes, we did. That was literally the whole way here from Sorol. Remember that point where we kind of just let Golden Boy drive for a little bit, and I had you all in the center and was talking for a few hours at you guys?
Oh, yeah. I was reading my cards. I thought we were doing Sorry. I thought we were doing a telepathic thing with my cards. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. Some of the other crew will be arriving at different times than the four of us. And we all know our plan to try to cause a little chaos behind the scenes, see what we can grab up here. But me and Luciano, I believe, as well as Luciano's sibling, are going to be looking for matches this season. So just keep that in mind and represent House Glacier, she says in quotation, it's like those quotation marks. As we enter this season.
I do ask that if we do cause any mayhem with some of the other houses, leave title alone. That is just a personal request for me, please, and thank you.
Yes, as well as anyone from House Oasis is also off limits.
This is really complicated. I was just here to steal things.
You
So am I like
you can do that.
Am I like your lady in waiting, Captain? Is that what it is?
Yes, you're my lady in waiting, Wes.
Right. Okay.
You
Don't
look
worry,
very
Wes. The stick up
dapper
your ass is
today,
gonna
and it'll be
really help
great.
with your performance.
No, that's not. It's the vest. It's too tight. I swear, if I bend over, it's gonna rip.
Naira will step up to Wes and just like straighten out his outfit a little bit for him to make it more comfortable. There you go. You should be able to breathe now.
That's much better.
Okay. The two of you just stay in the center, just to make sure nothing gets outside the teleportation circle, and just follow me and Luciano's lead, okay?
If I shove half of Wes outside the teleportation circle, will it cut him in half?
Let's not. You know what? I moved Caroline to one side, then the two of us in the middle, and then Wes in the circle just to be on the same side.
Perfect. You know that when traveling through Solar Circle, your thoughts and feelings sort of project out into a space, almost like a hologram. Usually solar circles are recommended to do one at a time out of courtesy, out of privacy, but you use this moment to teleport with your crew just to check in on what they might be projecting, since you did not warn them that this might be the case. Luciano, you know this, so it is totally up to you whether you take Anira's lead on this and sort of go in as a group to see what everyone is thinking and feeling, or if you would like to wait for the three of them to go through first, that is up to you.
I think I would probably I'd let everybody else go in, and then once they go through, I'll go by myself.
Not a problem at all. In that case, I would like to know, Wes, what is it at the core of Wes's mind that he is thinking or feeling? Any fears, apprehensions, excitement for the adventure that they're about to go on? What is the main thing you were thinking about?
Where's the boy?
Okay. Wonderful.
Like the golden boy is quite literally his brains. So he's essentially walking around without his brains. So he's just I have the captain, I guess. This should go well.
Indeed. Perfect. Caroline, what are you thinking and feeling in this moment as you teleport through Solar Circle?
She sees an old friend of hers, like a previous captain that she served with, and all the money that he got, and then she sees herself with way more money and just thinks, I'll make you proud, Flint. And also, like, as that all fades away, she sees like two people who look adjacent to like parents or something like that, and just says, and I'll find them too. Or
Amazing.
Find something.
As the three of you make your way outside, you see that there is a decadent carriage that Councilmember Kettlestone has procured for the group. However, Morella, you see a secondary carriage just a little bit ahead with a recognizable white, red, and gold detailing to it. As you look over, the door opens by itself.
Morella would turn to the other council, the council member and the other representatives. Would say, Council Member Kettlestone, thank you so much for your generous offer. But as I mentioned, I do need to get some things in order before escorting my sister this evening. So you all have a wonderful ride, and I will see you all at the ball.
Not a problem. Always a pleasure, Morella.
Yes,
As always.
It was good to see you, Morella. Maybe we will have an opportunity to have some conversation during this event.
Well, you know where to find me. And she kind of waves at everyone there and walks over to the carriage.
Wonderful.
The other one.
As you step in, what do they see, Jess and Casper, who are currently inside of the carriage, awaiting Morella to join?
So I'd like to think that Athela is leaned in quite close to Casper. Maybe they are both sat on opposite sides of this carriage, and they have a hand just resting gently on Casper's knee. They are grinning and smiling, delighted by the company that they are in. The cropped black hair and the elven pale features that this figure cuts within the carriage almost matches all of the plush decor within it, as if they were made for this carriage instead of the other way round. And as Morella turns and sort of darkens the entranceway to the carriage, Athela just pulls that hand back slightly and gazes at her.
My
It is
apologies,
good
am I
to
interrupting?
Not at all, not at all, my darling. Please, please, if you would, be so kind. Join us.
Yeah, Morella
and-
steps up into the carriage.
Perfect. For Lady Marilla, Casper, could you describe what Quartz looks like for us?
Yeah, you're gonna see helping you into the carriage because he is a gentleman. You're gonna be helped by a 5'5" like water genasi who is pretty solidly built. They work out. And with like a short crop of hair with faded sides. And that's blue with like sea foam kind of white tips in their hair. They have a mustache that seems to kind of like a mustache goatee situation that seems to kind of fade in and out, depending on whether like their hands in their face or something. Because their illusion magic is not good. It's very minimal. They bought it. Yeah, they trying their best. And they keep their shirt. They're wearing a tight vest in the colors of like the blue of Cyril, with a like the purple adornments of Arma around. So as he like lets you get in and sits you down, he's just dumbstruck and just smiling happy.
Yeah, she would accept your hand to like let her up into the cart, and would sit probably actually next to you because she'd want to sit across from Athela, and would just would sit down and say, "Is there something that you wanted to discuss?"
Before she says anything with her mouth, you receive a message in your head, and I'm casting subtle spell, so Quartz doesn't hear or see this being cast at all. And it just says, quite quietly almost, "Let him know nothing." And then she'll begin sort of looking at you both. I believe introductions are due first. Lady Morella of House Ironspade, please meet Quartz Stormfell. We have very, very recently gotten to know one another. He is quite the gentleman, don't you think?
I would have to agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, do not thank me. It is I who should be thanking you. It is a delight to be in your presence. But, as you have probably guessed, I have not brought both of you here for japes, for funsies. No. Quartz, darling, we have known each other a short time, I am aware. But I feel like you could be of use to me. Now, you mentioned to me that you were here for fun, purely for fun. Was that correct?
Yes.
And she just flicks her eyes over to Morella and back to Quartz. I think I have found a way in which you can have all the fun in the world at the matching games, and, if you would deign, still be within my favor. I'd be happy to help you, but in exchange, and she sort of gestures between the two of you, I would like you to help one another. You see, Lady Morella here is under quite strict instruction that her youngest sister is to also enjoy the matching games, very much enjoy, but is to meet eligible gentlemen outside of Eldron.
Well, I might be able to help in that regard.
Do go on.
I don't mean to like impose myself, but I speak as an eligible gentleman who is outside of Elrond.
That you are. You are also of House Stormfell, from what I know.
That is true.
Incredible. Stormfell has incredible connections to the higher-ups of both Cerule and Armor, is that not right?
Yes. My brother went to my brother. Yeah, he's the connection.
Yes. His name?
Fisher. King Fisher. But I call him Fisher.
And what, pray tell, exactly would his standing be?
Oh, he is my older brother. Last I heard, he was attendant to a prince.
And again flicks her eyes at Morella. It would be advantageous, should both of you work together, to introduce Quinn to Kingfisher.
Quartz kind of deflates a little bit, but
As you deflate, Athela places her hand back on your knee and fixes you with a gaze and twists that purview that you have seen work before. And once again, to you, Athela appears like a drink of water in a desert, like the most desirable thing on the face of the earth.
Again, not hard.
Oh, don't get me wrong, sweet Quartz. I simply do not want to share you with anyone else.
Yeah, no, that's gonna perk him right up. Yeah. Well, yes. I haven't seen my brother in a few years, so making your introduction may present some obstacles, only in that, again, I haven't seen him in about a decade. But blood, you know what they say about family and blood. So yeah, making that introduction shouldn't be too much of a problem.
And of course, I can bring my dear sister. She's more than willing to meet the people that are most likely to win her heart, as that is the thing of greatest concern to her. And if you are any indication, I'm sure that she will find your brother just as charming.
Be under no illusion, it is not Kingfisher who is the sole focus of my design. From the centuries I have watched mortals, there is one thing that has remained constant. You all want what each other have. An attendant to a prince? A prince sees what the attendant has. I imagine he will swoop in and take it for himself, will he not?
As princes are wont to do.
Indeed. Now, of course, this will be up to Quinn and her delicate heart. Should it need persuading, I can step in, though I would much prefer if love found its own way to the top. Advantageous for all parties involved, don't you both agree?
Morella just nods.
Yeah, Quartz doesn't really know what to say. They kind of lost him around the like Prince coming in and swooping in and wanting the attendant. It's like
The two of them are talking and having this weird, like, I understand what's happening during this chess game, and Quartz is like, I'm just happy to be here.
And
There
we're
are two
happy he
beautiful
is
women in
here.
this carriage.
He's like, and I think they're both hitting on me.
He's not entirely wrong. Wow.
Wonderful.
I think that lays these plans quite clear, in Othello's mind at least. So, are we all in agreement?
I believe so.
Who am I to deny a demigod and a lady? Of course.
You are completely your own man, Quartz. I am asking only a favor. You can say no. And
No.
I would implore you to do so should it go against your own heart and wishes. And again, that touch that she has on your knee, just there's also almost a tremble to it. Just I wouldn't dare seek to go against your better judgments, your morals, anything like that. No, not at all. I simply wish what is best for those who I have taken under my wing.
Yeah. Quartz is gonna like put his hand on top of yours, and his is a little gruffer. Like he's got some calluses from fighting, but they're still, nice. So he's gonna put his hand on top of yours, and he's like, oh, believe me, the honor, it's any opportunity to help either one of you, the honor is all mine.
Just very quickly, Othello is going to send another message to Morella. Again, subtle spell. And just say, I have secured you a fighter and a bodyguard for Quinn. Do not mess this up. And that will be all.
The carriage bypasses another carriage that is on this same strip. Another house of Eldron. Not a noble house like Ironspade, but still one of significance, as Hexia enters her carriage with her father. Emily, could you please describe to us your character?
I think the first thing that you would see is someone that has obviously been put in an outfit that they are uncomfortable in. Something that is just frilly and lilac blacks and whites, and you can evidently see on this young gnome's face that she is trying to get comfortable in what would be maybe slightly too itchy for her, or just not part of her normal wardrobe. She would be sitting there, her black and red hair braided slightly off her face, with a little bit more makeup than she's used to as well. And she would just be tugging at her clothes and kind of gazing out of the window, very much sitting in awkward silence, not sure what to expect ahead of her.
Not a problem. Your father sits across from you in this carriage, just you and he, with a look of a mixture of apathy and disappointment. He looks you up and down at some point on the ride to the ball, and it looks like he wants to say something, then holds back, and then does say something. Please just be good tonight. Your mother was very distressed over the last couple of weeks leading up to this, which is why her migraines are not letting her attend. But we cannot afford another scandal, Hexia.
How long in this journey were you holding on to that sentence?
I can see this is going to be a long night.
I will do what you ask, but I think you know how I feel about it.
I do. Let's just put this as a simple rule. Try not to run off and secretly marry someone again? Especially someone that is not suited for the family and for the nation of Eldron.
I will try.
That is all I can ask, I guess. Hexia, this event is larger than us. And if Eldron is to survive, we need to do our part. The last time the nation of Eldron won a matching season was 21 years ago. And as you know, the Maple Grace household, our orchards have suffered from having less bounty from the gods. Cerule, as your ex-husband would know, has been gifted all the grace in the world, and seemed to win every matching season, one or both of the perfect match pair. So this year, it is up to the Eldronese to make our mark. That might not be you, but it could be you. I do have faith that you could make something of yourself in this.
I think like in that moment you would kind of, and during that that part of the conversation, there would be like a solemn look of understanding that washed over her face, but still almost unable to keep eye contact with her father.
Over to Azaran, who is currently getting ready for tonight's ball. Craig, what is Azaran wearing tonight?
Azaran is wearing a collarless suit, probably linen, a deep purple with gold accents, like on the edges of all of it, gold buttons, and is currently like in front of a tall standing mirror, like adjusting his cufflinks because he feels a little awkward in the suit.
Not a problem. As you look yourself over in this garb, this outfit, this pretend costume for whatever it is that you need to do this matching season to achieve your goals, to bring about your nation, and to be able to give the people of a once proud nation that stood beside Arma, Cerule, and Eldron, to give them yet again another king, another era. You hear a knock on the door as your attendant, your what position title did we end up giving?
Squire.
Squire. There we go. Your squire knocks on the door. You see as it subtly opens. H, could you please introduce us to your character?
Well, first you see a like AJ said, just peeking into the room to make sure they have the right room. You see just their head, femme presenting, pale skin, sharp angular facial features, nice speckling of freckles along the bridge of her nose and under her eyes a little bit. She's got they've got short, cropped, like a bob dread haircut or dread hairstyle. And then as they realize that they have the right room and open the door a little bit more, you see very much dressed in last year's fashion, like a dress from last year. Jewelry is definitely a little bit out of fashion, but not so far out of fashion as to be retro. Just a pretty simple but well made and well worn empire waist type dress with the poofy sleeves and the square neckline, and a white blouse underneath. Just pokes in and goes, "Well, Lord Azaran?"
Ah, yes, Gwendolyn. What took you so long?
Oh,
Enter.
good.
Come on in. Come on in.
Yes, of course. Opens the door and good. I got lost. Again.
It's okay. I understand. It's a big and new place. I got lost a couple times myself.
So many people.
But do you my sword? Do you have my sword?
Oh, yes. Here you go.
Think.
Of course.
You know how I feel being away from.
Of course.
From her. And it's a short sword, simple gold and black scabbard with the like mountain peak broken by a river insignia of our nation like stamped into the metal of the sheath. And I go to like put it on my back, but then I realize I'm in like a nice outfit and I start slinging it onto my waist instead.
Okay, not a problem at all. Gwendolyn, as you look to your king, so to speak, of your lost nation, he looks incredibly regal in this moment, in a beautiful linen suit, fit for the ball. This is the first challenge, this first step of entering into the demigod society to find your king a match. As you look Azaran over, what is it that you are thinking about as his squire? What is your goals and intentions for the ball tonight?
I think as Gwen looks up to hand the sword over and then to follow the process of him trying to put it on his back and realizing, I think in that same moment, she realizes how handsome he is in a in an admiration kind of way. Just kind of like stops and just looks at him and goes, Lord Azaran, you clean up well. And goes back to like looking down, which she does pretty often. Is often very low confidence kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Stature.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, oh, sorry.
Oh, he would, Azaran says, I was about to say the same, that color looks really good on you.
Oh, well, I did what I found what I could. And she almost without thinking about how it's going to appear at first, like opens the front of the dress and goes, and look, I still have my leggings on. As always, of course. And I think she kind of, guess I'm gonna have to change her pronouns because I keep messing it up. But
perhaps she them,
she
they.
Yeah, she them works. I think I think I'm going to use the pronouns based on how she's presenting at the moment, to be honest. So, but I think she kind of zones out a little bit and is just thinking about, okay, he looks good. That's the first thing people are going to notice. So that's a plus, a point in the plus comment column, and okay, he's got a sword, so that's going to make him feel nice and comforting and confident. And then once we secure him a match, maybe, no, I don't need to worry about that right now. Okay, I need to start finding out who is who so I can help. Oh man, and she's just becoming increasingly like this nervous ball of energy, just sort of, and I think I think Azaran would notice, or at least would understand if he did notice, that's kind of the path she's spiraling down, is like she's inside her head again.
And I put my hand on your shoulder and I say, hey, look at me. Deep breath. Tonight's goal, meet people and have fun. I hear they have the best chefs. We're going to have some really good food. There's probably going to be some dancing. There's going to be a lot of amazing people to meet. And that's all we have to do tonight. Let's plan for that. And when tomorrow and the future comes, we will plan then.
Okay, one day at a time. Yes. Okay, we've got this.
We've got this.
We're going to find you the best match.
We move back to Phimeus's office. As you pack up for the day, you hear a familiar and horrifying sound. It is a representation of announcement horns. It is the conglomeration of applause. It is mixed with the sound of clinking glasses and celebration. As you walk back into your office after speaking with Orpheum, your mother sits at your desk. Child?
Mother. You see, Phimeus, there is a brief crack in the poise, but just as soon as you would notice it, and is gone. To what do I owe this surprise visit?
You have a lot more influence in this city than people realize. My fellow gods might not see it. They might see you as merely a morning show talk host. But you have power and sway like no other. So I will relay to you this. I have concerns. Namely, and as the reason I am here, for Orpheum. Be wary of that one, child. I feel he has lost the plot, so to speak. There is a difference in revelry. The moment she says that, you realize she is speaking of Lycia, or referencing your competition. 2, of course. Hope and faith. Yes, the matching season should be what it is, but it was created as a way to instill power, keep control. And Phimeus, I have word that a rebellion is forming. And you know I do not like when things are out of my control. Your sister is fully aware of that. Well?
For those who have seen Phimeus's morning show, this is his body language, his demeanor is that of a chastised child. This is not the confident, kind of poised, very, very optimistic host. What is it that you suggest, Mother? You speak of hope?
I want you to use your show as a way to remind the mortals of why this began, and perhaps as a way to hide some of the sinister things I fear are going on. The demigods have forgotten their place. They are not better. than the mortals, dear. And some of them are vying for power in a way that I, the god of fame and folklore, can sense. And I want it nipped in the bud. Capiche?
Understood. I will deliver as I always do.
Fantastic. And I shall deliver onto you. I'm going to get you into some more doors, Phimeus. If I am correct about Orpheum, we may need a faithful child in the crux of the planning. Fancy a promotion?
When do I start?
The ball, tonight. There are plans in place. Things will get dire. Many may die. And you need to write this as a positive spin. Before the rebellion use it as a way to right you, the demigods, and this city as the bad guys.
Consider it handled. I am already positively buzzing with ideas.
Wonderful, darling. She walks over. Suddenly the threatening nature of what she is saying eases. Not to a degree that you could not sense the feeling of power radiating from her, but she comes up to you, dearie, and places a hand on your cheek. I am so proud of you. And you feel the lingering touch of a mother's love as she fades out of existence. We move across to the ball itself. dressed in the garb of a Cerulite, which is odd for them to have been in Eldron. Matt, could you please introduce us to your character?
Certainly. The individual that you see dressed in blue finery that is kept very loose, not necessarily like in a rush or like he doesn't know what he's doing, but like it's uncomfortable and he's trying to not have it on anymore. The tie is off center and loose, the coat is undone and flowing in the wind. The individual standing roughly 6 feet tall, crimson skinned, the devilish tail whipping back and forth behind him, and the black horns peeking out through chin length brown hair draped lazily to one side, with a 5 o'clock shadow and a look that just says, I do not want to do this.
Okay. Interesting. Luciana, you see this individual and you recognize them slightly. Could you roll me a history check?
Absolutely, I can.
First roll, first roll.
First roll, yeah.
What about the deception
History.
check? Oh, the deception check with the first roll.
Oh yeah, you're right. Second check. Was 18 for me.
18. Okay. You definitely recognize this individual because they won the matching season 3 years ago. They were the perfect match in the previous season with their wife, Ariana. But Ariana recently died through mysterious circumstances. There has never been an official report launched, and rumors spread amongst Cerul that this particular individual beside you was actually the reason that she died. Unconfirmed, but for them to be returning to the matching season, a very interesting sight to you. I leave the scene in your capable hands as this person steps up beside you to go through the solar circle after you.
I imagine as you step up next to me, I'll take a look, I'll squint over to you and like, excuse me, friend, but you have a very familiar face. Do we know each other?
We don't know each other, and I'm not your friend.
My apologies. You have a face that is very familiar. So, forgive me. My name is Luciano, by the way. Nice to make your acquaintance then.
Seeing this as a prompt to get the name from him, like he's picking up, you want the name for confirmation. Almost annoyed, but doesn't want to be unpleasant, outright at least. With a sigh, Lord Arieloth Casvir.
Oh, Arieloth Casvir. You were here before, not too long ago, for the matching season. I heard the terrible news. I apologize for your loss. Coming back for another another go about?
Let's see if lightning strikes twice.
Very well possible. Anything could happen.
Sort of a nod, as if he's trying to end the conversation, but just waiting on the solar circle, can't go anywhere.
You
yes,
see...
this will be...
Go ahead.
Oh, go for it.
You see the solar circle, it lights up again. It is ready to go through. Luciana, you can step forth if you so wish, or allow Arieloth to go before you.
I'll go first, and as I'm departing, I'm like, well, best of wishes to you, kind sir, and I will see you around. Give you a nod, and I'll step on through.
There's a nod, respectfully, and as soon as he disappears, just that mask drops. Just back to being very not happy about the situation.
Not a
While we
problem.
were waiting for them to teleport up, because we're all just chilling at the top, right? The three of us.
You would have teleported into the demigod city, but I'll let you know what happens there in just a moment. Arielath, as you step forth into the solar circle, I'd like to know what you are thinking and feeling. What projects out around you?
So this would not be his first rodeo with Solar Circle, and he doesn't prefer this means of travel specifically for this reason. Arielath has been known to be we'll call it, passionate individual. His emotions on his sleeve anyway, so being put into a situation where if anybody was around him, they could very well read him like an open book. Not exactly the best look in such a situation as this, so confirming that he is alone before stepping in, the emotions that are projected, there is a overwhelming sense of just anger and disappointment. And if one was with him and one was able to pick up on something a little bit behind all of that, it would be pain.
Okay. You also see images of your late wife's face calling out to you. Don't go. Don't do it. Please. As you arrive in the demigod city, Caroline and the crew, you are starting to make your way out of the entrance building where there is a crowd outside forming. What would you like to do, Caroline?
Before we leave the building, I did want to try this. So I have something in my character, in my psionic rogue, called nope, that's not my character sheet. That is a fan fiction on AO3. No, it's called Psychic Whispers. I can establish a link with up to an amount of creatures equal to my proficiency bonus, and my proficiency bonus is it 3 right now? Am I mistaken? What's the
should be 3? Yeah, sure.
Okay, I want to just do 1. Can I establish a link with Wes? I roll a d4 to find out how long it is.
Okay.
It's 4 hours. I want to, as we're leaving the building, I establish a link with Wes, because Goldie's his brain, right?
Metaphorically speaking, yes.
Okay. I establish a link with Wes, and it's obviously my voice. It's not Goldie. I just go, it's Goldie. Stick your arm in the circle when it teleports. See what happens. Do it. Please. Just see what happens. Come on. Do it. Do it. Do it. It's Goldie. It's like your best friend.
Hearing the voice of Caroline in his head, he just rounds and stares. I may not know numbers, but I can calculate how far I can throw you.
Ah, darn. Thought that would work.
Good to know that you have a
Killjoy.
psychic link for the next 4 hours, though. As we move across to the opening ball, before we get to your entrance as the group of you, I will need you all to roll me a performance check as you are exiting that building. Let's see what reputation you carve for yourselves.
That's a 22 for me.
22.
That's a
Wonderful.
23 for Anira.
Okay.
All right, say again, what were we rolling?
Performance.
That's an 18.
24 and 18. Okay, good to know that you all make a incredible impression exiting this building, and
Somehow.
you hear like whispers in the crowd of piqued interest at this group of eclectic individuals that have made their way to the Demigod City for matching season. We move across to the opening ball. A decadent space laid out with black and white marble tiles, almost like a chessboard. Mirrors along the side walls reflecting dancing figures in the center, bouquets of flowers, candles lit. As Fallon, you reach the top of the stairs to be re-announced into this space as an Unmatched this season. You've never been an Unmatched before. You've never needed to, but now you are being forced by your mother to recraft your reputation. Fallon, or Savannah, should I say, please introduce us to your character. What is Fallon wearing to the ball?
So Fallon is, if you were to ask a little girl what a purple fairy princess looked like, that's Fallon. Barely 5 feet tall. She's very petite. She's got golden iridescent fairy wings. Her hair is long and purple. It's the same color as mine. Shocking. And I feel like right now it's in this very pretty intricate kind of updo here. Very side swept bangs. Her skin is iridescent. Her eyes are gold, but they fleck the way that opals do. They're very crystalline. There's no pupils in them. But if you were to look very close, you would see little wisps of black ink, like if you were dropping ink into water. Mm-hmm. And she stands there for a moment, and I think in this moment she kind of has a kind of like a Twilight and New Moon, where Bella could see or hear Edward, you know what I mean? She kind of has that moment where she closes her eyes, she takes a deep breath, and she tries to imagine what advice or what she would hear from the person she wants to hear from the most right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And yeah.
She's immediately interrupted by the announcer that stands at the top of the stairs with this large metal quarterstaff that he slams onto the tiles to basically announce the next person. And you see this look of pure shock come across his face. A fellow demigod that you know, Lucas, the demigod of announcements of all things. He looks tired. And the shock that comes across his face seeing you, not only because you haven't emerged in society for quite a long time since your scandal was released, but also because you're not on the list. Until you step up to the plate and you watch as your name writes itself in golden cursive, a signature of your mother. As he looks down at the list and back up at you, he nods, understanding that this isn't a choice of yours, doesn't say anything at all, slams the staff onto the tiles. Fallon, demigod of fables, daughter of fame and folklore. Best of luck.
I think I use my telepathic feat. He won't be able to respond, but he just hears my voice in his mind saying, "Thank you." And I am going to take the feather, the golden feather, out of my hair and let it fall into a lithe, very soft curl cascade over my shoulder. I'm going to let my wings flutter and lift me just a couple of inches off of the floor and let myself glide down the stairs instead of walk.
Wonderful. Please roll me a performance check with advantage in that case.
Anything for you. Well, that was a natural 20. That was a natural 20 for performance, making it a 31.
That is
Lord, you guys,
incredibly
oh my god.
impressive. You make your way down the stairs, never touching a single polished slipper onto the marble floor until you reach the ground.
Mistress of Fables, correct? And a pleasure it is to see you again. This wonderful masquerade we attend.
Masquerade indeed. And I give a little curtsy, very, very polite. Everything around me has like a weird, vague mist of iridescence and glitter around me. There's a lot of glitter happening. But I give a little. Oh, it's gonna get everywhere. And just very like polite little curtsy, and I just I think I also just kind of look around and I say, "I'm sorry to see that you're here today."
As am I.
I think I want to, because I'm also curious, but I also know that it would be incredibly impolite, not just because of where we are, but because it is not something you want to ask somebody. I think I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts.
Interesting. Okay. Do you want just the surface level, or do you want to go a little deeper? Because then Arieleth will need to roll.
I think I will just. I don't want to pry too much. I don't want to offend anybody this early on. It's just pure curiosity. So I'm just going to do surface level for now.
Okay. Arieleth, what are your surface level thoughts in this moment?
Surface level thoughts in this moment. Oof. It's a mixture of just like the repetition of it all. Like he's seeing these faces and sights that he's seen 3 years ago. And he's putting together how it's almost like the room is different, the decor has changed, people are wearing different clothes, but the scene is still the same. And while he's just giving the air of just being done with the whole thing, doesn't want to be here, there's a pressure. And a pressure that wishes this was about something as simple as fortune or status, but due to the nature of him being the perfect match and how this has turned out, this is a divine pressure on his shoulders.
Very
Something
much
that we
so.
have in common.
Something that you have in common. Valdoris.
Yes.
You have been told to stay in the shadows, to observe, to find out what might be going on, and to not make it known that you are here in attendance, which means that you have snuck into the ball and not been formally announced to the crowd. Story Dad, could you please introduce us to your character, hiding amongst the shadows and pillars of this ballroom?
Slinking around from different shadowed off rooms and storage locations throughout the ball is Valdoris Mistmoor. He's a high elven man, about middle-aged or so, stands about 6 feet tall. While he does hold a royal name, he wears none of that finery on him anymore. A simple gambeson, a pair of silver buttoned kettle trousers, a black cloak that kind of drapes off of him ill-fitting, and a sword rather openly strapped to the back of him. As he moves between the shadows, he has these sort of indigo eyes that look from the different locations of the ball, ensuring that no one's passing, listening, very open face of trepidation. This isn't what he does. He is not a skulker. He is not one for skullduggery. He has lived in the light of day for the entirety, for all of the years of his elven existence, but he has a kind face. It is one that has lines from smiling too much, from squinting in the midday sun, and a very gentle tan, but he right now looks every bit as nervous as he feels, being told to go and do something duplicitous in a place that is altogether familiar but now made alien.
Indeed. Could you roll me a perception check for me?
Absolutely. I've rolled a 17.
With a 17, as you are ducking and weaving between the pillars on the sides of this ballroom, there are two almost corridors that don't seem to be directly where the dance floor is in this space that you're able to sort of keep to, hiding where the pillars are. You spot, for the first time in a very long time, your two nieces who are attending this season as Unmatched. Your brother nowhere to be seen, but you see these two individuals, and as you almost instinctively go to greet them or say hi, your eyes snap up to one of the platforms above, where a demigod that you know and has tasked you with certain duties tonight gives you a sharp look.
I clock them and then immediately take that step that I made back, and just a very sour frown on my face, and pull the cloak a little tighter.
Wonderful. As you do, you overhear a conversation as Chiron is speaking to a Estelle, a Lady Estelle, or Estella. Let me just double check that I got that right. I'll redo that if I didn't. Estella, I think. Jesus. My goodness. 1 second. Yes, okay. You overhear a conversation between Chiron and one Lady Estella from Armor, a widower from House Glaive. Fire genasi in nature, well into her established legacy in the Empire of Armor. Perhaps not someone who could provide an heir for the Duke, but someone with a lot of information and power in her own right. As they are having this conversation, you also notice a small pink-haired individual doing similarly to you, skirting along throughout the ballroom, picking up on information and partaking in tea. There was no tea served at the ball. You're unsure how they have a teacup and or tea, but there is definitely tea involved. And finally, as you come around one of the pillars again to get some information, you actually bump into an individual. Vera, you are knocked into by the former Marquis of Mistmoor. And you would know that there is no information, in fact, redacted information, as to why Valdoris is no longer the Marquis. The title was stripped by the King of Cerule, and Valdoris hasn't been seen in 9 months, a year and a half from now. But right before your very eyes, you see the high elf that is packed with scandal of his past.
Wow.
Excuse me. Sorry.
You are so excused, but it's been some time. I don't believe I heard you announced, sir.
Valdoris's eyes are going to narrow just a slight bit. What would it cost me to ensure that it is something that you heard?
Oh, I'm certain I can think of something. What's your budget?
I'm already giving everything to be here.
Can I insight check that phrase? I have a feeling. That's a 21.
With a 21, someone stripped of their title is no longer a noble born, technically. Valdoris is still part of House Mistmoor, but not someone with a title. So one could glean that was what he meant. But with a 21, I will leave it up to Valdoris to describe what you might glean from that particular phrase.
Vera looks into Valdoris's eyes, and you see just a stark truth. He is a man that's been broken, it seems. He wears a lot of anguish on his sleeve as he says the word everything.
You seem like someone who needs a friend here in these times.
I need to not be seen. That's what I need.
A way to not be seen would be not to arrive, and yet you're here. Is it out of curiosity or obligation? And there's a bit of a questioning / understanding glance in that as well.
I am
like the tiniest give.
I am here to... I have something to prove.
Mhm.
And I need certain things that only the castle can provide. And so I'm here. But getting here has cost me rather dearly. And so I move about as best I can, as quietly as I can.
Lady Everarix and Neale of House Rivulet. There is a clump of a metal spike into the stonework as the two of you descend down the stairs into the extravagant ballroom. Pray tell, Evie, we'll start with you. What are you wearing to the ball?
I imagine it's some sort of, not necessarily like a slinky gown, but like
the slinkiest you can get in this time period. She likes showing off her back, especially because she really likes her shoulder blades. It's her favorite feature of her, oddly enough. And she will kind of just like look regally around. But the dress itself is almost looks as if it's made of like molten gold and black, if that makes sense. There are tiny little metal details on the bodice accentuating the curves she doesn't necessarily naturally have because she's pretty lithe, but bringing attention to her assets, whatever little they may be. And there's definitely like a nice little like, not like a leg slip, but something to show off how lengthy her legs, because that is another one of her favorite features of herself.
Incredible. And on your arm, your cousin, Jem, what is Nayale wearing?
So she's wearing a lawn black flowing dress, probably like a chiffon fabric. It's off the shoulder. It's got lace and green and gold accents. She's got this little gold and green shawl over that covers her shoulder and down her back a little bit, with a little black made of a firmer material, like capelet that hangs a little bit over the shoulder on the front, but swings out and flows in the back.
Incredible. Can I get you both to please, again, roll me either a dex saving throw or a performance check as you enter into this pool of Unmatched?
That's a nat 20. So 30 total.
Oh my
god. 30. Ooh, okay.
30-30, baby. Let's go.
And Nayale?
24.
Okay.
Well, we're killing it.
Rather impressive entrance. These cousins step down the, honestly, far too many steps for an entrance. It's almost a little awkward by the time you get to 3/4 down this stairwell into the ballroom, where it just kind of feels like that maybe there should have just been less steps to this situation. And for those that are bad at entrances, this would have been a nightmare. But for the two of you, you float down the steps and make your way onto the almost checkerboard, this chessboard of black and white tiles that extend out 300, 400 feet before you. Everything in this ballroom looks decadent. There are candles lit, flowers and bouquets flowing down pillars, and there are mirrors on the sides of this ballroom reflecting all of the gossamer, all of the intricate detailing of this event back at you. And almost the way that the figures around the ballroom reflect off both the tiles and the mirrors, it seems larger and bigger than it actually is. Everything looks extravagant. Not as extravagant as the two of you seem to be appearing to everyone around you. Especially you, Evie, with a 30, no less, and a scandalous gown in this situation. You are definitely having a lot of eyes on the two of you right now. So where do you think you want to head? Are you making your way straight into the fray of potential Unmatched? Are you getting yourselves a drink? Are you going to the dance floor? What is your plan?
That depends. Are there little snacks?
Yes.
Okay. Evie will, so keeping in with the calm, cool, and collected, she's going to like whisper politely over to Nail. I'd be like, I'm going to pop in your head really quickly. Try not to get alarmed. And she's going to cast message and just be like, okay, so just remember, shoulders back at all times. Always find a point on the wall when you're dancing. If you need help on the dance floor, blink twice, a little repeatedly, and I will do my best to relieve you. That being said, let's grab... We don't want to appear too eager, so let's slowly glide our way towards the refreshment table for a nice drink and snack, and then we shall peruse what exactly our options are.
And can I reply to this?
Yes.
Okay.
You may reply to this message. She says at the end.
Okay. just a few questions. Should I actually eat the food, or should I pretend to eat the food? And when I talk, what's the best strategy for meeting people? Should I be quiet, mysterious? Should I have a script, a couple questions to ask, or should I only talk when spoken to?
I would have a few questions to ask, but timid is for the weak. So go with what you feel comfortable with. Don't be overzealous, of course. You don't want to inhale a snack in one bite, but polite little nibbles while enjoying yourself. Show personality. Many of these people will not be. They'll be too focused on their notes. If you show some personality, it might, well, help us.
Incredible.
Trail along.
You make your way over to one of the floating stations. There's almost like high top bars that you see, like a bedside table or a coffee table, but extended up to be at the level to rest drinks, that sort of hovers and moves around the space. The dance floor is incredibly huge. There is a small section in the middle where it seems that Unmatched are starting to dance with each other in pairs. But around that, still in the center of the room, these different tables float around with drinks that look to be golden and sparkling within, and small dishes of hors d'oeuvres, snacks that can be partaken in, as well as several sweet things as well. You see that there is a particularly sedentary table that seems to be currently occupied by a gnome. As Hexia, you have made your way over and are keeping this table stationary. It stays in place if someone stays around it, and moves and roams if there's no one partaking in the drinks and snacks on the particular table. So you see, Hexia, as these two individuals make their way over. You have not a stepping stool per se, but the table itself gives you like a small platform that sort of extends out to raise your eye line to be where you're able to see the drinks and snacks for yourself as a gnome. A very fun feature for those that may not have the height of an elf, per se. So, you watch as Evie and Nayale make their way over to your table that you're hiding at? Avoiding people? What is it that you are doing at this moment?
I think I would have a drink in my hand and just be like sipping at it. I would be kind of surveying the crowd and what's going on. And also, I guess, kind of out of duty, looking out for the two people that were circled by my father as well.
Interesting. Okay. Evie, you see this beautiful gnome dressed in frills, in lilacs, whites, and blacks that
weird combination.
Yeah, it doesn't suit their complexion at all.
Hello, love. What perchance is your name? And she'll take the hand and like do like a very proper greeting, which is whatever is customary and nice and noble born.
Just politely shake your hand, and I would say, I am Hexia, and your name?
Oh, my name is Aetherius. We are of House Vivian. This is my younger cousin, Nayale.
Nice to meet you both. Is this your first matching season?
The first one I've returned for, yeah.
And it's my first.
Your first, too.
So this is lovely. Now we have a nice little group of people we can commiserate with.
It's a little stiff in here, though, right?
It's very stiff, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's stiff. But, you know, it's come to be expected, especially with the first ball of the season.
Well, yes, I guess everyone's doing that thing where they try to get to know each other and figure out who they're going to try and match with. Do you have your eye on anyone?
It is the worst. It really is. Like, just give me a fun conversation. Ask me about, I don't know, like lizards or something weird. It's just like everyone's like, oh, Evie, how do you do? So tell me of your talents. And I'm like, I have too many to list, right? It's dreadfully exhausting. I'm kidding. You can laugh at that.
I was going to laugh, but I was also potentially going to ask you what your favorite lizard was, just because that was quite offhand. In which case, I'm glad that that
But
there
I
are
would
some
have
other
to
people
say,
here.
it might have to be the iguana. It's just such a silly face, and with those round eyeballs, it's just it tickles me.
And are you here in support of your cousin, or are you here for yourself also?
Yes.
Great. I'm glad we had this conversation.
Amazing.
But yes.
Your conversation is interrupted slightly as another Unmatched is announced at the ball. Lady Quinn of House Ironspade and her escort, Aurora. Sorry,
It's
did I get that correct?
Aurea. Close.
The attendant completely gets your name wrong to the rest of the ball and then panics. Aurea of House in service of House Ironspade. Like knocks the spear on the
Aurea seems to take it in good humor.
Yeah. Quinn is like holding a book behind her back because she was reading it up until the point where they were supposed to walk through the doors. And then Aurea was just like, "Can you put that down?"
I like
For 1
smoothly
second.
I smoothly just take it and tuck it under my arm and hide it in the folds of my dress.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Quinn, could I get you to roll me? Oh, well, actually, Quinn and Aurea, could you please roll me a perception check, please?
For sure. Perception.
I'm good at perception. I'm wise-ish.
Dirty 20.
Ooh.
I'm well. See, I'm good at perception with the dice hate me. 15.
Well, with a dirty, spicy 20, Quinn, you look up to the ballroom. This space is huge, for one, but what immediately captures your attention is there are these floating marble platforms above the ballroom where demigods are drinking and socializing and almost looking down and observing over the different Unmatched. And one particular marble platform up in the air is being hosted by the different noble houses of Eldron and any of the crucial members of the political parties. And upon that platform, your elder sister looking down at you with a look of disappointment, having caught you walking into the ballroom with a book in your hand.
I try to slightly give it to Aurea, as if oh no, this book, no, couldn't be mine.
I will absolutely do my very best to make it look normal, TM.
Okay.
Sleight
Quinn,
of
you
hand?
can roll a sleight of hand with advantage, please.
Yeah. So that was a 12 and another dirty 20.
Incredible. With a dirty 20, you are able to use the skirt chiffon of your gown to camouflage the subtle hand movements to hand this book over to Aurea. As you descend the stairs, I will need the two of you to please roll me either a dexterity saving throw or a performance roll.
I'm gonna go with the dex save, please, and thank you.
Go for it.
The dice hate me. It's a 12.
Oh no.
I'm rolling in D&D Beyond, so I'm at 23.
Incredible.
I'm rolling physical dice that I bought last weekend, and they hate me.
I have no space on my desk to roll. Otherwise, I would.
They loved me in my last session today.
I think that is a perfect entrance for the two of you because, Quinn, you capture the attention of most people. In fact, Hexia and Evie and Neale, as you are mid-conversation and this awkward announcement where the announcer definitely got a name wrong and it's obvious that he did, you look up to the top of the stairs as this angelic, beautiful femme-presenting individual descends the stairs with a slightly clumsy handmaiden by her side who seems to walk downstairs, but not in a way that is, you didn't trip, and you definitely didn't upstage your lady that you are helping.
I may have embarrassed her, but
Just kind of looking around as well. Like you're saying, all the platforms are kind of up there as well. It doesn't appear that like it's easy for like if I were to try and join my family. No, okay, all right. On the floor, who would be like, what group would make my sister get off my back if I were to be seen joining and socializing with them?
There are so many different people that you could interact with, but you didn't read any of the information or packages about potential Unmatched,
I dutifully rattle off whatever I know about whichever platform or people Quinn appears to be looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go from like most important / relevant to like least important / relevant.
Okay.
Araya opens her mouth and AJ's discourse voice comes out.
Incredible. As you are descending the stairs, you are getting feedback from your handmaiden of who you are spotting sort of immediately in the crowd. You see that there are a couple of royals from Cerule that could be a good alliance to make, though it has been officially stated from your sister to Araya that they are wary of Ceruleites, and potentially a match with a Cerulite would be a bad idea. So instead, you are looking towards the royals of House Armadeum, the Empire of Armor. And you're searching for particularly, well, there are 4 of them, and Quinn has not made a statement about who she might be attracted to, you know, what pronouns or what perception or even looks what she would be after, and so all 4 of the House Armadeum might be a reasonable choice to search for. I will get Aurea to roll me a investigation check, see if you can find them, and Quinn, you spot a drinks table nearby where 3 individuals are definitely looking at you, but also enjoying some snacks, and it seems to be outside of the crowd enough for you to enter into while Aurea is giving you this information. In fact, maybe having a drink in your hand might help.
Yeah. Yeah, I might, while Aurea is talking to me, I might just like start making my way over. Kind of just like that kind of like awkward thing of like I'm close nearby to like, you know, if something in your conversation sounds like something I could maybe join in, I can join in, but like, you know, I'm not trying to like make that like super obvious as I'm like, you know, playing it cool. I'm playing it cool.
I really hope you walk over as soon as we're discussing our favorite lizards.
That would
That's
be
what
fun.
I was just thinking. I was like, conversation you can join into. Oh yeah, I like lizards.
The bearded dragon. Okay, so the bad news is I suck at investigation. The good news is I rolled a natural 18, so it's a dirty 20.
Yay!
Ooh, okay, amazing.
So the dice finally like me.
Yay!
You do spot a particular individual, the eldest son of House Armadeum, Prince Benjamin, who is making his rounds around the place, and could potentially be someone that Quinn goes to interact with. But the moment that you are going to suggest that, you see that he gets into a conversation with another individual. Giving a little bit of time, but you do indicate to Quinn, hey, that might be the person to go and speak to.
I will also keep an eye on him, just to see, get a read on whether or not he appears to be enjoying his conversation, or whether or not it's more of like a polite, I'm going to continue this conversation because we are in public and we are polite society.
Would I be able to roll an insight as well, just like as she points him out, just to be like, does Quinn get like a read on like if this guy is interesting at all or anything like that?
Go for it.
Oh, I'm back to rolling like garbage.
It's a 15 for me.
The vibe check is 16 for whatever that's worth.
Okay. 15 and 16. For yourself, Quinn, he looks incredibly well presented. Lots of detailing and very handsome.
Do I know much about him? Like just through like
if you
gossip?
haven't read any of the pamphlets,
yeah, then that would be a
doubt it.
whole house, yeah.
But you can tell that there is, with a 15, you can tell that there's almost a similar behavior in his attitude to yourself, in that he is here out of duty rather than out of want
Excitement.
and desire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. That's
Yeah.
that's an in.
And Aurea, you can see that his eyes keep scanning the room, and eventually you see who he is looking for. It is the youngest prince of House Armadium, who is dressed in a gossamer gown that is sheer and has sections missing, who is very subtly hiding a book, of all things.
I absolutely not elbow, but gently nudge my lovely employer, who would probably fire me if I elbowed her. I will gently nudge Quinn, and you see my eyes meet yours, and then flick over to that youngest prince, and then flick like distinctly down to where he is very obviously concealing his book.
Oh.
I'm sorry, is it he, they?
Let me double check for you. I believe he for the youngest prince, which would be Tyr. Prince Tyr.
Where he is concealing his book.
Oh, interesting.
You do overhear a strange conversation from the table next to you about lizards, however.
That's even
And
more interesting.
I do mumble to you, let me know if you want your book back.
I mean,
bond over being secret bookworms.
We could. We definitely could. That'd be another way in. All right, so we've got 2 princes.
Not a bad haul.
Not a bad haul. Not a bad start. But let's actually see if we can haul them in before we start. Don't count the eggs before they're hatched.
Oh no! What's this wee nonsense? This is all you.
Really? Not anything from help. Nothing.
Sorry, my lady, but they will be matching with you, not with both of us.
It's a package deal, right? You'll be coming with me when we're married.
That is the idea, but I do believe that you are the more relevant party in the matter.
I guess that is true. All right, fine. Would you like a drink as well?
Oh no, I'm all right. I will.
All right.
I am.
Just
I am best for meaning. Double fisting it.
Incredible. Nayale, as you answer what your favorite lizard is, what pray tell is your answer to this conversation?
Evie, I don't think I know that much about lizards. I can't think of any.
Make one up. Just make up one weird species name. Like a footed lion, totally not stolen from the bearded dragon. Yeah, see? As long as you say it with confidence, darling, anyone will believe what you say.
Sure, yes. Then a footed lion. Believable,
Footed
right?
lion lizard, the best lizard of all.
Quinn, you overhear this as well as Aurea, as you are nearby this drinks table of the footed lion lizard.
I have to say, I've read a lot of zoology books. I haven't heard of that one yet.
Oh, they're very exotic.
Oh, whereabouts?
Yet to be discovered. Just rumors, really. I'm so sorry. You seem quite nice. But there's no such thing as a footed lion lizard. I must be quite honest.
Oh, a jape.
Yes.
A jape.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
She's messing with you. She has done it with me also.
Oh, so a trickster then. You say things that are not true.
No, not necessarily. I was saying to my young cousin, this is her first matching season, to, even if you don't know the answer to a particular question, answer it with confidence, right? So, even if you don't have a favorite lizard, make one up. And for some reason, my brain decided to create the footed lion lizard. But it is efficient. It gets a conversation going.
confidence. So if I just say things
Speaking
with
of which,
confidence.
my name is Aetherius. Pray tell what's yours.
Oh, my apologies. Miss Quinn Ironspade.
Pleasure.
And you too?
I'm Nayale, from House Revealette, as well as Evie.
Oh, sisters?
Cousins.
I am Hexia Mabel Grace from Eldron.
Oh.
Excellent name.
Good to see a fellow Eldron then.
Yes, I must say, I have heard of you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna look at Araya. I don't think I've heard of you. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that is a better answer. I would prefer that you hadn't.
Oh.
Oh, but now you have to tell us your story.
Oh, no, not scandal, more, I don't love being the center of attention. Hence the table off to the side, the drink, the not dancing part.
Unfortunately, that's not always a choice when you're part of a noble family.
Very much.
I definitely empathize. Should I have the choice, I too would not be here. But as they say, duty calls.
That it does. And I'm gonna look up at where my sister is. That it does.
At the top of the stairs, overlooking this ballroom, Revel, you are introduced formally to the people of Arma, Eldron, and Cerule, all the Unmatched, and the demigods that stand on floating platforms above the ballroom floor. There's a slam of a metal spear as the announcer proclaims, Lord Revel of House Petrichor, being escorted by the Earl of House Petrichor and Countess Vivian of House Petrichor.
Present.
I would like you to roll for me, please, Revel, a
Oh, no.
dexterity saving throw and or a performance check.
Oh no. Okay, we're gonna go with that dexterity saving throw. That's a 23.
That is very impressive. You do not trip down the stairs.
Oh, thank God.
You make your way down, your parents behind you, and for the Countess and Lord Petrichor, you can see that there are many of the demigods looking over you, and you recognize quite a few of them from your time here 24 years ago. None of them seem to have aged, none of them seem to have changed that much at all, to be honest. In a lifespan of over a millennia, they are this way forever. But as you descend, you can see that there are a few people in the Unmatched area that you also recognize, that maybe you want to avoid or maybe you want to socialize with. That is completely up to you. But you see that your son has made a significant and casual entrance into this opening ball, which is a benefit to the two of you. Where would the three of you like to head? There is the dance floor, there are people mingling, there are floating tables of drinks and snacks moving around the space that stop and become sedentary if there is someone that would like to partake in said drinks and snacks. What appeals to the three of you the most?
Boy, do you want us to stay close? Or do you want to avoid our shadow? I want to know how you feel.
Oh, no, you can stay. We can just hang out, right? Like, it's a party.
No, we can't just stay by your side the entire time. You do have to speak to some of your peers because you.
I don't know them.
No, you will.
Never seen
but
them
you
before
won't
in my
if you
life.
Continue. Oh my God. Like Vivian's doing everything in her power to hold it together. It's like,
I'm just
child,
gonna smack him.
child, I love you so much.
I love you too, Mom.
I love you so much.
However,
more.
you. I do need you to find actual love outside of just parental love with me and your father. So that means you do have to speak to your peers.
I need a drink.
Perfect.
Incredible.
Go get the drink.
You make your way over to one of the tables.
Find
What are they?
a friend first, Revel.
Before I
Find a
drink, it might be
friend.
easier if I drink.
You can drink and find a friend at the same time. You don't have to try to fall in love.
Well, that's easy for you to say. You and Mom, you just knew. It was easy for you two.
It very much was. And I give Vivian a look.
Vivian looks like she was about to say something. I was like, yes, so easy. Wow.
I
She's
feel
trying.
like
but-
instead of rolling a deception check, I think I just want Revel to roll an insight.
Yeah. How efficient are you at lying to your son?
He's pretty capable.
Insight check. It's a 14.
He's very capable.
Okay, a 14. Do you think Revel would pick up on the subtle subcontext of what they're intending there, or do you think that you would just take that as face value?
Honestly, his nerves are like through the roof. Maybe he would have in other circumstances, but given his mental state at the moment, it probably just passes him by.
Not a problem. You make your way over to the drinks table as another group of people are introduced as Unmatched at the top of the stairs. Dug, dug, dug. Lady Rualma of House Mistmoor, Lady Elisha of House Mistmoor, and Lord... Sorry, was it a Lord? Shen of House Shoal.
Soon to be Lord. Soon to be Lord.
Soon to be Lord. Damn it.
I nudge Rue sharply with an elbow when they use her full name.
Shut up.
Stop it.
Ruelma. I will need the three of you to please roll for me a dex saving throw or a performance check, please.
Okay. Ooh, interesting.
Stairs
I'm
will
so
get
much
you.
better at one of those. Oh,
Right.
good, and it doesn't matter.
Oh no.
Oh no.
11.
11 for Rue, alright.
13.
13 for Shen, and Elisha?
Also 13, yeah, for dexterity saving throw.
Cool, okay. So not bad, but not great. I think the three of you are not used to wearing extravagant ball gowns and descending down staircases, and for Shen, there's a lot of people here with eyes on you, and the guy got your title wrong, and just a few things maybe might make you seem a little bit awkward as you descend the stairs. So it's not as graceful as an entrance might be, but you don't make fools of yourselves heading down the stairs, so that's a benefit. And you make your way into the ballroom. Where are the three of you heading first?
I know that Rue would like to find the nearest wall or slightly shadowy part of the ballroom from where she can observe and not be observed.
Okay.
I don't care what the other two do at all. Just
Not a
don't.
problem at all.
Please don't embarrass me or us. Please just don't.
I cannot promise that.
I know. I know what I'm asking.
Elisha, where are you heading then in that case?
I am going to loudly greet everyone I see.
Mhm.
Behind my sister.
Wonderful. And Shen.
Hello, lords, ladies, welcome us.
Welcome us. And Shen, where are you heading? Are you following Rue to the side, or are you attempting to find a different location for yourself?
Shen is going to start to follow Rue and say, Rue, would you hang on one moment?
Yes, sure. Why not?
And Shen is gonna stand just right in front of you, just kind of looking at you, just right above your eyes, and then you'll see him raise a hand about to where your height is, and then he's gonna say, "Thank you," and he's gonna start walking around with his hand at this height to look for people that would be of a kissable range.
No,
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Incredible.
That is fantastic. Wonderful. Well, then in that case, Rue, in trying to find the most secluded area where you could be a wallflower that is still technically on the dance floor, you walk over to a stationary table where you see a pink-skinned tiefling with blue hair.
Hello.
Hi.
I'll do the
you...
bare minimum, curtsy,
Yes.
courteous greeting.
He curtsies back.
Oh,
Hi.
hello.
I'm supposed to talk to people. Hi, I'm Revel. It's nice to meet you.
I'm Rue. It's
Hi,
nice
Rue.
to meet you. You're supposed to talk to people?
My parents said I have to talk to people that are not them, and you're not them. You look
I
nice.
am not. Thank you. So do you. I like your shirt.
I more so meant you look nice. You look like a nice person.
Oh, I don't hear that often. Thank you. You also look nice.
I try. I don't talk to people too much, but I think I'm nice.
Okay. I don't talk to people much either. So what if we just stood here for a little while, not talking to people?
We could not talk together.
Mm-hmm. That sounds great. That sounds great.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay. Good plan. Good plan.
Elisha, you see this ever awkward situation going on with your elder sister, but positive steps. What would you like to do?
All right. They're doing fine. So I'm going to look for the person on this dance floor who looks like the least confident. I want to find my prey for this evening.
Oh boy. Okay, the least confident. Let me have a look at my list of potential characters that could be the least confident in this situation. Yeah.
I think I found him, honestly. He's over here.
He's definitely not on the dance floor, but you do
talking
you
to
do
me.
you do see Revel.
I do? Okay. What is Revel doing when I cast my eyes over?
Standing beside your sister, not speaking.
Oh wait, somebody's looking. Somebody's looking. Hurry! Look like you're talking to me. Look like you're talking to me.
It's just.
Say something.
Don't worry
We're so
about
deep
it.
Don't worry about it.
We're not deep in conversation. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
They're looking though. Are they looking at me
Yep.
or you? I can't tell.
Probably both of us. She does that a lot. Mm-hmm. If you make eye contact, probably come over here.
Oh God. I'm afraid.
Mhm.
I'm afraid. Blink.
You're making unblinking eye contact at me, so I dance over.
Can she smell fear?
I
think
dance over
I think
a
so.
little bit.
Yeah.
And in a power move, I'm going to twirl you.
Wow. Hi.
Hello. I don't know if we've been formally introduced. Elisha River.
Hi.
She, they, and you are?
Revel, Petrichor, he, him. I'm new here.
Oh. New here. And is this your first time?
Yeah, I was supposed to come a few years ago, but I was like super sick. I was so sick, and I was like, I just couldn't make it. I just couldn't. Darn. But
yeah, no,
here now.
You don't wanna compete when you're not at your physical best. You want to save it for when you are at your physical best, which is what you are at now.
Sure.
Great. Okay. Good. Good. Very good.
This is my new friend, Rue.
Ah, you've met my sibling.
Oh.
Yes, we've met.
Oh. You have two different vibes, huh?
We sure do.
Yeah. I mean, you both look super nice. And I don't mean that. I mean, you look nice.
Revel, what would you say is your is what you're looking for during this competition? What are you hoping to get out of it?
Well, I'm hoping the competition is in a nice wooded area with lots of trees and running water and places where I can camp quietly by myself.
I take like the longest look at him, and I smile and I say, you know what? I think you're gonna win.
No.
Yeah, I think you are. I think you're gonna win, and I can't wait for you to take me out.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I
What does
think
that mean? Which
I
one?
think you're gonna win. No. Well, you know what? Who knows?
Oh,
Who
wait.
knows? Could be either.
This pink tiefling is now like red. Does not know what to do with himself. Escalated very quickly.
Oh, incredible.
I think during this entire interaction, especially when Elisha really starts vamping, Rue is gonna see the opportunity to just slowly back away. You're edging out of this conversation. Oh no! I am gone, baby.
No. I thought we were friends.
Grab a drink. Grab a drink and slowly walk the edges of the room, fully eavesdropping, being fully transparent. That's what I'm trying to do. I am just listening for anything interesting coming up, any interesting names, any fun gossip, any whispers of who's who. And in order to really make sure this is effective, I will cast Comprehend Languages.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
To make sure that I can hear any fun little secrets.
Could you roll me a perception check, please? And in the meantime, I'll check in with the Petrichors as they watch their son has had 2 interactions with beautiful individuals in dresses, so that is good.
There was a point where both Dennis and I had our heads in our hands, so we're both like, oh, this is going so well. Wow.
I think both of us are literally mirroring each other with every single like step of the conversation, just like simultaneously.
It's like the opposite arms. We're just like standing there like this for a second. It's like, oh, that's right. We're in public.
What would the two of you like to be doing? Obviously not standing around your son hovering, but what would you be on the dance floor? Would you be on the opposite end of the ballroom so you can still keep an eye on Revel? What is the plan here?
I think almost for like the first
would
little
be-
while, maybe we would dance, like at least to get to the other side of the room
Right.
awkwardly.
I
Like
don't
do a
think
dance
we're
or
that
two.
bad at dancing.
No. Vivian's very adept, but I think it's more of a Revel has asked us to stay at least a little bit nearby, so Vivian's trying to respect that. So it's like we'll dance a little bit, pay some attention to this, and then we'll get to the other side of the room and just watch. I think it's probably like mid-conversation when we are on the other side of the room watching this other person in a dress start backing away from Revel. We're like, God, they've okay, well, there's still one. I don't.
Brilliant. For Shen, you are walking around with your hand held up to Rue's height. As you sort of go around the room, you have not been given any other instructions about whom Rue might be attracted to, or like what pronouns to search for, or like anything. So you're just finding people of height.
Yeah. Yes.
Amazing. Prince Gideon and Fisher, as you stand off to the side, partaking in some of the delicious fruit wine, it seems almost slightly sweet, but definitely has a kick to it. And you realize as you drink it that this is a type of ambrosia, a type of godly wine created here in the city. As you are standing there sort of observing, occasionally having people come and introduce themselves, bowing very, very politely as they know you to be a Prince of Cerule, you actually make eye contact with another individual standing off to the side who is seemingly getting very, very similar attention to you, Gideon. A Lord Silversoul from Eldron.
Oh, hello.
Hello? You are
You
House
look-
Torrent, yes?
Unfortunately.
My apologies, Lord Silversoul. This is the third-born son of House Torrent, Prince Gideon.
Ah,
Did you have to start with the third-born son again?
That is your
we do not
title.
need. There is no need for formalities here, friends. And you notice there's no one here to introduce Leopold to anyone. And you would notice at this point there is like an occasional fluttering behind him of like bright white and black lunar moth wings, as like there's this minor illusion that he keeps sort of setting, kind of drawing attention to himself in this space. Please, I'm enjoying some of this lovely ambrosia champagne. I see you are drinking fruit wine. I didn't. If that is your taste, please continue. But I prefer something a little bit more effervescent. Would you like to imbibe?
Well, I love effervescence, especially when it's given by someone that talks with such a charm.
Oh, I am pleased, but I don't believe you're quite my type there, Prince Gideon. But I do appreciate the compliment. Are you enjoying yourself in the city of the demigods?
I am having a blast.
You said this with our drawn-out consonants. Are you being sarcastic?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Absolutely. And I'm not hiding it.
No. What, do you not want a perfect little match?
A perfect little match? I've had 15 of those in the past couple of years. They don't last. And they don't matter.
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't we all here to have some fun, pretend we're happy, and then discard whoever gets chosen or picked for us and go with who we actually want to be with?
Yes, if we do find someone we want to be with, possibly, yes.
I mean, I spend
Seems to me
I spend most of my days with this individual right here, and sometimes I think I prefer. Sometimes we're not in love, but I would say I do have love for him, and at the same time, sometimes I prefer his company than some of the people that have been introduced to me as matches. And that's a lot
Wow.
to say. No offense, Fisher.
Damned with faint praise.
So, am I to believe that the prince, one of probably the most eligible bachelors in Cerule, is not very excited for the matching season?
I'm excited for the wrecking part of the matching.
Oh, are you a fighter?
Not voluntarily. I'm good at it. I meant more wrecking of the hearts part of the matching.
Oh, you want to wreck hearts?
Especially if they've already been matched.
Oh, I see.
Igneus, you are nearby. As you attended the ball with Lord Leopold Silversoul, you are overhearing most of this conversation. Would you like to join in and follow up with questions as an investigator, or just take notes?
I would absolutely love to join in. I think Igneus has gone and grabbed a fistful of quiche or something that is nearby on a plate of food from one of these magnificent tables. And he's going to stroll on up, quiche in one hand, Cain in the other, to Leopold and Gideon, and hand each of them a little quiche as somewhat of a passive-aggressive offering of peace.
Oh no, thank you. I'm watching my figure for this magnanimous event.
What would
And
I know
also-
about Ignitus?
Yeah,
Ignitus?
probably you would.
I keep pretty on the ball about people, but he's also from a different kingdom entirely, so
Yeah, roll me a history check.
sure.
No, thank you, Ignitus. I'm fine. I have eaten quite enough.
23.
With the 23, Fisher, you do keep a track of people from all nations. You would definitely know of Igneus, someone who has been officially made part of House Quilton, which is a noble house of Eldron through merit, not through noble birth. Igneus has made his way up through the political track as someone who garners and gathers information for benefit of the nation. Or himself.
Now, Gideon, you say you're watching your figure, but in this outfit it seems like everybody is watching your figure. You're quite the loose cannon, aren't you?
I would say barely. Fisher, do you know this person?
Yes, Ignitus. It is a pleasure to finally put a face to a name. This is
Lord-
the third-born son of House Torrent, Prince Gideon. I am House
Oh.
Arcanist, Kingfisher Stormfell.
Fisher. Are you a fan of quiche?
I am not. Thank you for your offer, though.
More for me.
Fisher is in a very strict diet of boring things.
Prince
I see.
Gideon, for someone, you seem very on the nose. You express your very rakish intents in that you wear a very rakish outfit. Don't you find you a little unsubtle?
Well, that, my friend, is, and my lord, is the prince's speciality. Each of the House Torrent boys
No,
and
if you're-
princes have their own flavor, and Prince Gideon has his own distinct timbre.
You know, the way to get into people's heads is not by forcing yourself in. It's by making them think of you. Being subtle. Being curious about them. Hearing them, seeing them. You know? But if you manage to break a couple of hearts, hopefully you don't, fall in the ring. The last time I was in a ring with Cerulean, well, it did not end very well, unfortunately.
Oh my god, it was you? You're the guy?
Yes.
You
People die sometimes.
Well, that was sick.
Sick is not the word I described it as.
Nor
Come
I.
now, Lord Silversoul, Do you really want, upon your return to the matching season this year, to be seen taking it as seriously as someone like Prince Gideon?
Well, all I
Hey.
think is that part of these matching seasons, especially for folk like us, involve being in battle. And when I was in my early 20s, there wasn't much of a match for me, and now with military training, here I am. I really do pray that we do not end up in the ring together, my friend.
Well, me too. I want to keep my head. I would probably not survive your prowess.
But what I'm saying is, perhaps, think about your rakish ways. Because should such an occasion happen... You know?
So your intent, Lord Silversoul, is to kill again?
No, not at all. I
Azaran.
didn't want to the first time.
You and your squire are nearby. You pick up not the entire conversation, but definitely the conversation about whether Lord Silversoul would like to kill again. And your hand goes to your blade at your side. This has been expressed to you how dangerous the matching season can be. And unlike a lot of these people at the ball, you are aware, you are keeping an eye out for those things. You aren't assuming that any moment would negate the ability to have violence. And so, when the Duchess gives her opening speech where everyone remains quiet and there is polite smiles between the group behind you, you are the only one out of the group here that will have advantage on a dex saving throw as the floor itself breaks apart, rising up into the air in platforms, separating the entire ballroom full of people into sections, some rising as high as 100 feet up. And below those platforms, a pit filled with stalagmites.
I hug Fisher like a teddy bear.
Not a problem at all. Can I get everyone to please roll me a dexterity saving throw? Azaran, you have advantage on that. And I will need all 6 of you to please roll me a dexterity saving throw. I will need the 5 of you to roll me a dexterity saving throw. I will need the 6 of you to please roll me dexterity saving throws. I will need Elland, Talma, and Quartz to please roll me dexterity saving throws. Rue, you had enough time seeing the reaction of this with your ridiculously high roll to jump across to the platform that Elisha is on. So Revel, Elisha, and Rue, you were all on the same platform. Shen, you attempted the same thing. However, you did not achieve it, and you fall from 60 feet down. Below where the dance floor was is a deep cavern filled with stalagmites.
Oh my gosh.
How many hit points do you have, Matt?
I have 60.
Okay. I'm gonna roll to see if you survive this fall.
Oh my gosh.
None of you fall off your platform. However, you watch as many from the ballroom itself did. How many hit points do you have, Wes?
Well, now Carolyn's gonna feel bad.
I have 50.
Okay. So you're gonna take 47 points of damage as you fall from the platform that raised up into the ground into this cavern. You're not dead, but you do have a very limited amount of time to try to get yourself out of that situation as you see more people start falling from the platforms. Chiron, you fall from your platform that you were on as you graciously swap places and make sure that Lady Estella stays on the platform instead. Whether strategic or chivalrous, you fall from your platform from 30 feet above and 20 feet into the pit. How many hit points do you have, Kyron?
33.
You take 31 points of damage.
Oh shit!
What?
As you fall into the pit below, your body feels destroyed.
Ow.
You are bleeding profusely. You push yourself up onto your hands and knees.
I was gonna ask if I can rage before I hit the ground.
You know what? I think as you're torn from your wife and she floats up to a platform that's at 60 feet high and you fall down, I think you pretty much rage on your way down. Yeah, I can imagine that. Okay.
Just to cast Featherfall, but you know what? If I look down and see that like any type of like body change in you that you're raging, I'll be like, nah, never mind, he's got this.
I'd imagine that Arieloth rolling a 7, he's in a similar situation.
He is indeed, but he is standing next to someone with wings. Wes, you are going to take 38 points of damage. I rolled 53 points of damage for you, Lord Igneus. Halved because you are raging. You see immediately as there are people above you, Quartz, who are already getting into combat, pushing each other off of the platforms whilst they have the opportunity to do so. Yours shoots up about 60 feet into the air, and the 5 of you are able to grab onto the table and each other in this moment. We're going to enter into a round of combat with 100 other players. I will need the 5 of you to roll initiative.
Igneus's eyes go from a clear and shining hazel. He blinks, and when his eyes open again, they are pyroclastic rock with lava glowing from the inside, and you can see a single tear of lava begin to scorch his face underneath his mask.
Fisher, you as a very observant person and someone always keeping an eye on the safety of the prince, now has Prince Gideon wrapped around you like a backpack as you face not only Lord Leopold Silversoul, who slaughtered a Cerulite lord 6 years ago during matching season, but Igneus, a scandal column writer from Eldron, and 2 individuals who you do not know, but already have hands on swords beside them. Fallon, you have a moment as Arielath falls from the platform. You are rising even further. You are now on 100 feet up, and you do not recognize anyone else on this platform other than the Lord who is starting to fall. You have a moment to try and save them.
Yep.
Roll me a dex.
Something I can do. Anything to just grab to help. That's another 19.
Okay. You grab a hold of Arielath, and you are able to make sure that he does not fall down 120 feet into a pit of stalagmites. This is not going to be easy. And you knew that going in, but you did not assume this was going to happen in the opening ball. But I would assume that Aurea has a weapon on her.
Yes.
If not, you have been gifted, ahead of time, a magic item, a magic weapon, and a boon.
Do any of you intend harm on House Torrent or Stormfell?
Question, is this common on how these battles start?
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, that's a good point.
A combat has never started at the opening ball of a matching season.
Cool, without like prior knowledge? Okay.
Ever.
Cool. Leopold says, absolutely not. This is obscene.
And just so you know, first timer, this ain't usual. Something.
I would not think this would be.
Anira, you were on the dance floor dancing with an individual. As you raised up onto your platform, you succeeded in your dex saving throw, but I ask you, did you hold on to said dance partner? Or did you let them fall?
I don't think she was trying to dance with any girls specifically. So I don't think she would even know the girl's name to care about saving her, honestly.
Okay.
I think seeing that some fighting has already broken out, I'm aware of how matching season works. We weren't raised in ignorance, although this is a little surprising, not totally expecting this. But I think I will go either shoulder to shoulder or back to back with my sibling. And from the folds of my very respectable, fashionable, but still somewhat practical, lovely dark blue gown, I would like to pull my 2 short swords and just hold an action pending someone moving towards us who I don't recognize or get bad vibes from.
Evie, Neale, Hexia, with a 17 roll on insight, what does Aurea glean about your intentions in this moment? Are you going to save the people you are currently on a floating platform with, or take out the competition while you can? It's up to you.
Evie, I mean, we're bonded by lizards, right? So
apparently
that's a sentence. That is a whole
right?
sentence.
That is a sentence.
We're bonded by lizards.
We're bonded by the power of lizards. So Evie's not going to try to take out any competition. If anything, she's going to try to fortify any barriers that are foreseen and try to take an offensive front rather than.
Okay.
But making sure that everyone else is okay.
Shen is going to be thinking about his duty, his vow, his oath, and he's going to be trying to use that to propel him upward. He's going to start climbing as desperately as he can, climbing up as quickly as he can, thinking, Rue, I have to be there for Rue.
This is a little silly, but it's gonna take a round or two. But I am going to cast Shape Water. As I've said previously, Fisher always keeps like a water skin tucked in the small of his back. Mm-hmm. It pours out into a 5-foot kind of cube, or at least as much as he can, jutting off the edge of the platform we're on. My intention, as I say, I'm like, I can cast Water Walk, and I'm going to essentially see if we can use this platform of water to descend my prince to safety.
Okay, interesting tactic. Can you keep both spells going at the same time?
Ooh, I can. Water Walk is not a concentration spell.
Hexia.
I think Hexia is the type of person that definitely didn't want to be here in the beginning. And it's kind of like a, ugh, here we go moment. I think she also, being the kind of rebellious side of her that she's had in the past, would have pre-planned a little bit and would this stupid lilac, florally blouse. She's just going to pull it off, and underneath there's going to be something more fitted, like a black, just almost 3/4 sleeve blouse. And the black makes more sense now with the bottom half of her dress.
Igneus, I think, got knocked off the platform, but did a 3-point landing. His knuckles and knees are bloodied, and he's just going to growl, "You dare take my spark from me," still with those glowing red eyes, and he is going to use a bonus action and a key point to use Step of the Wind and leap clean out of the pit.
Wonderful.
I will take that risk.
Okay.
Totally.
I will need you to roll an athletics check if you would like to jump across.
Yeah.
Are you trying to go to a platform that has no one on it, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
My intention is to get me and Gwendolyn somewhere safe so that if we get attacked, people are coming to me on my ground rather than me going to them.
Okay, not a problem.
You said athletics?
Mm-hmm.
That is also a 7.
Azaran, you are going to fall. Like a terrifying game of noughts and crosses, the black pieces on your personal chessboard drop from the sky and fall down. You hear the sound of them crash against the stalagmites. The middle section of your platform is being taken up by the table, which means there are 4 spaces on your floating platform, and 2 people can reside on 1 space. Aurea, you have the opportunity to grab and save Quinn as she begins to fall with the black tile falling out from beneath her. Lady Morella, from your viewing station, you can see your sister. You see as she begins to fall from her platform, her handmaiden grabs her arm and throws her onto one of the platforms below. She crashes down into another group. Quinn, you are going to take 5 points of damage as you slam down onto one of the other platforms below with entirely new people. And none of them are her handmaiden or in alignment with you. Is there anything that you would like to do in this moment?
Being that my turn is directly after, can I use seeing what he's trying to do, follow suit, and as I jump, I want to put my arm around his torso and try to propel him with my jump as I launch off the side using my foot on the side of the platform to push. Maybe give him the help action.
This is going to be you also jumping. So depending on what you roll, I'm setting a DC for it. If you roll high enough, you will help Azaran reroll.
Okay.
Let's see if you make it to the platform.
Would it be crazy for me to try and cast Dispel Magic on whatever this sort of platform situation is?
I mean, you can certainly try.
At least maybe just on my sister's platform to get that one back down to the ground.
Revel is panicking. Revel is, this wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't supposed to happen. This isn't how Mom said it would be. And he takes out a rope from his pack, swings it up like a lasso, but it freezes in air, and he's casting Rope Trick.
Okay.
He's casting Rope Trick. You want to come up? Talking to the other people on the platform, Elisha and Rue. There's room for 7 more.
What did you end up rolling, Morella?
So I rolled a 14 for my Arcana check, but if I fail an ability check, I can possibly, so if that's a fail, I can possibly add a d4 to it, so just let me know.
A d4 won't help you. As you try and cast magic, you watch it ricochet off a boundary that has been put in place around this ballroom so that none of the demigods may affect what is happening to the Unmatched. They have no ability to assist or interfere with the ongoings.
Okay.
Othello, you would immediately realize this as well if you attempted anything.
Oh, Othello is looking towards Orpheum and Arrowand in both of their directions, immediately figures out what has just happened, and just bows to them at the ingenuity that is unfolding before her. And if she sees Arrowand do something like that, she'll send a message to him as well. Just an absolutely incredible display. The architect art. You live up to your name. I am admiring your works.
So Leopold is gonna kind of look back down and just basically mutter under his breath, "Well, they are going to see this at some point." And anybody who saw Leopold in the matching season 6 years ago fought like a paladin, divine radiance and things. A shield and sword appear in each of his hands. A long white, almost like shadowy fire of a saber, and a black, like resonating shield appear. And the demigods would notice this is not most of their doing in terms of the magic that they, can sponsor, or if they do know where the source is from, it's very strange and different. And Leopold is just going to take one step off the platform, free fall, teleport 30 feet, where he is translucent now with his, I'm going to call this blessing of creation, because this is our things here. And for the next round, he's going to be resistant to all damage, and he's going to teleport right in front of one of the most injured people.
Chiron, you are blessed and healed slightly. You're going to heal for
5 points of lay on hands on them as he's going to bring them back up.
And you are lifted up by this individual and urged to get out.
Do I see anyone noticing our as yet uncrumbling platform? Is anyone eyeballing us now?
Yes. As your platform seems to be one of the only ones in your area right now that isn't starting to crumble, your platform seems like the one to jump to for safety. But you don't know what or why these platforms are crumbling, whether it's because there are too many people on them, whether it's because when you use magic or when you do something, it starts to break down. There's no rhyme or reason as of yet that you can ascertain. But people look like they want to jump to your platform for survival.
Great. I don't want to be near any more people than I already have to. And we met this guy 5 minutes ago, and he seems fine. I feel pretty confident I could take him in a fight if it came down to it. So I will climb the rope.
You don't know if you could make your way up there, but a rope trick would be a good hidey hole to survive in for whatever onslaught might be happening around here.
I'm not climbing the rope. I'm gonna get right under it and guard it, essentially, looking out at everyone.
And if I can, yell to the person in front of the rope, "You are going to help people up, or else you are not going to make it up yourself. Do you understand me?"
In this moment, you have a few choices to make. However, Valdoris, on a platform on your eye line, 100 feet up from where the ballroom floor was, across the other side, you see her. Golden, glittering wings, purple hair, sweet face of someone who has been through probably as much heartache as you in the last year. Fallon.
Valdoris's face. For a moment, he sees her and everything just melts away. He just smiles. He's like, "Oh, aw."
Unfortunately, the people that she is on a platform with have weapons drawn. Fallon, as you take in the surrounding, you pull Arielath up. You look to these people who look scared or threatened by Arielath's presence on this very small platform that you are on with them. You look around quickly, and your eyes land on someone you never thought you would see again. Because your love is not dead. In fact, he stands on a platform across from you, on the other side of the ballroom, with weapons drawn.
I will shout at the top of my lungs. I just yell for her. I say, "Fallon! Fallon, I'm here!" And I look to Vera and I say, if there is anything in this world or the next that you can give me to get me to her.
I can try.
As he misses the platform initially, sprouts 8-inch long claws from his finger to dig into the platform to pull himself back up. And as he climbs up now with these terrifying claws coming from his fingers, looking up at people who are terrified of him, just looks around and goes, shit.
As she stands beside the winner of last season, Aralath, who is rumored to have killed his wife, with large claws protruding from his form, gripping into the tiles. Your love is in danger. And that is where we're gonna finish up tonight's game.
Excellent.
Thank you so much for joining us for this chapter of Castleton, and remember that you have the ability to alter the course ahead by donating items, weapons, boons, or sabotage to the characters in this chaos. You might save or surrender the storylines that are forming. And 50% of anything raised is going to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Join us over on Discord to talk theories and theoreticals in the Castleton chat. Follow us on socials for all the updates and bonus content that the team has been putting so much love and time into in the background. And if you haven't already, follow us on Twitch or subscribe to us on YouTube. We're only just beginning to tell this tale. Oh, and lastly, Winter's Tales has been nominated for a Crit Award for innovation in the TTRPG industry. We have and always will strive to bring the community together, like we're doing here for Castleton. So if you believe in that ethos too, we'd really appreciate your vote. The project it was voted for was indeed the precursor to this, and is the entire reason that Castleton is happening in the first place. So, but for now, good night, Castleton.